16 months of supreme brain rot. Love your peepo kiss. "36 years, wow, has boomer." Gave up trying to find Eden, rip streak Omegazaj. Lost my substreak because I was banned. Damn. Anyways, love you chat and Hasan. Two months. That's longer than any commitment I've ever been in. Months, brain rot free. Love you, Has. A new sub badge. It's Friday, and it's chat. What do you think Hasan is doing out here? Happy Friday. If we're reading this, hope you have a lovely day, Has. Zany face, zany face, zany face. We are live and alive has jumped. Chat wiped my bussy gently, it aches. Much love, Hasan, heart. Hassle ads. Did I miss 9-month brain rot, or does it just mean I'm deeper in it? How's everyone doing today? Away from the brain rot.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking holy fucking what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is Friday, folks. It's Friday. Friday, February 11th, 2022, 11:17 a.m. and I'm actually really early. We're right on time. And I got nothing to apologize for that. Okay? I got nobody to apologize for. I'm wearing some of my oldest shades. I just found these in the fucking car. I found these in the car this morning. And I was like, Chris D'Elia absolutely ruined this look for everyone. But long hair, beard, with these aviators.
10 months poggies.
Early mid 2010s frat boy shades. It's 100% that. It's 100% that, dude. I'm looking like a goddamn cocaine dealer. I'm going to turn on the neon sign in a second. I don't like always having it on. But I don't know. The fucking problem is that the shades are broken. Like, it's like tilted. See? When I wear them, the shades are tilted normally, so I have to like tweak it. Hold on.
Eight months hypernodders.
Oh, what's up, folks? Hope everyone's having a great, wonderful day. It's the fucking weekend, baby. It's here. It's also Super Bowl weekend. So all the wage cucks no longer have to, worry about slaving away for at least 2 days a week. Obviously, if you're like a gig economy guy, or if you're, working a job on the weekend, like usual, then, GG sucks for you. It's also the Demon Slayer finale weekend. That is true. The finale for Demon Slayer season 2, which is much shorter than season 1, which I don't really appreciate, if we're being honest, but what are you going to do?
Less than 3.
It's also Valentine's weekend. Wait, is it? I have to work at my restaurant job on Super Bowl Sunday. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, listen. All we can do at the very least is entertain you.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday then.
That's right.
Sunday, what? It's Friday again. It's Sunday.
What's good, everybody? I hope everyone's ready for the big weekend, the Super Bowl weekend. Not that I give a shit. Nothing gets me going like having an excessive extreme heat warning when I wake up in the motherfucking morning. Folks, I know some of you are out there. Some of you are out there live and alive in different parts of the fucking country where it's like 30 degrees out. God damn, dude. It is, whew, it's 78 today, baby. It's 78 today. I want it to never end. It's so perfect. This is a reminder. This is a consistent reminder that I live where I live for this reason. Obviously, March is fucking disastrous in Los Angeles, so we'll see what happens, but right now, so far, so good. Friday, sunny as fuck. Worked out this morning. Feeling pretty good. Went out last night to dinner. At a fancy highfalutin,
thanks for the content.
libtard restaurant. Pretty good. Food was really weird, but I liked it. Especially the desserts were insane. I had toffee, no, it was like coffee, plantain coffee cake.
Please just let me see chat. I am rehabilitated. I won't be annoying.
Shit was awesome, stunning. Someone said, it's 63 degrees here in Tulsa. Too bad it's Tulsa. Yeah, that's the thing. Like in LA, when it's fucking 70 degrees, 80 degrees, like there's shit to do. You know what I'm saying? It's Los Angeles, baby. City comes alive. Obviously, I choose to spend my time. That happens with you guys indoors, but you know. Were you with Nick Merckx? Fuck yeah. I met Nick Merckx's dad. Surprised to find out that he has seen some of my content and actually likes me. Considering that our politics are diametrically opposed, most likely. But, dude, I love, I don't know. I love Nick Merckx and his family. It's dope. It's just like they're just normal people. I don't know how else to describe it. Living in Los Angeles, you forget what like how Normans rock. You know what I mean? How Normans operate. And by Normans, I mean like, you know, people with more reactionary points of view sometimes, you know what I mean? Just like normal people. Nick is an honorary Arab. Yes, that is true. It's just great. Like I go out.
Finally have my old man fish icon.
And people don't fucking yell at me for like buying a car. You know what I mean? I'm always like, I forget I'm so fucking online. I know I tell people not to be so online and touch grass and shit, but like, it's just strange when you're around like actual human beings in the real world and they're not like fucking hiding behind like an anime avatar or a furry avatar just fucking blasting you on the timeline to all their other like anime furry friends.
I love you, Papa, at HasanAbi.
Or, you know, doing like call out posts and shit. I always forget that in the fucking Norman world, in the real world, people look at me and they're like, oh yeah, you're that political guy. Like, it's pretty cool. Like, you're like a progressive dude. I mean, I don't really agree with all your politics, but it seems like your heart's in the right place. Like, I like what you do. Like, it's just crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. I've been blocking a lot in 2022, man. I've been block happy. It's been good. Part of the reason why I'm happy, though, and part of the reason why I feel like I'm thriving
Today, I just want to see chat.
is because I went out. I fucking went to the dinner thrown by Twitch, and I was around, like, you know, co-workers. Hung out with Quackity, who also I love. He's fucking awesome, dude. Hung out with 5UP. Hung out with a bunch of people. Met Stable Ronaldo, who came up to me. And it's interesting. It's funny. He's like, I'm Ron. I'm like, what's your username? He's a lot. He looks a lot younger in person. Okay.
Hosso.
So he came up to me and he's like, I'm Ron. I'm like, wait a minute. What's your username? What's your Twitch name, bro?
7 months. Let's go.
What's your chronically online name? Yeah, I mean, yeah. This needs to stop. This needs to stop.
Let's go.
We need to stop doing this. I did not do this, okay? Do you remember that "Yeah, Ron" meme that was going around in New Jersey about 2-3 years ago? No. Hey, for the record, by the way, I found the Lego set that we're gonna be making with Tubbo later. Ari made a song about my cussy. Oh no. Ari at home? Okay. But anyway, yeah, no, like last night, went to dinner, talked to like a lot of the, you know, Twitch people that make the fucking platform work, you know, met some of the executives. That was cool. Not like super high level execs or anything like that, but, you know, met some of the product people. And, of course, it's always wonderful to see our, you know, see my account manager and all these other people that I work with. So it was fun. It was fun to hang out.
It's my birthday
Fucking
tomorrow.
Austin was such
Can
a
I get
bougie
happy
bitch, dude.
birthday, Aja?
We will, of course, when Austin comes over, I don't know when he's coming over, but when he does, we'll talk about all that stuff. But what we will be getting to now is what's more important, which is war, baby. War. It's happening. It's actually happening. It's definitely gonna happen. You know, for sure. We're gonna invade Russia, I think. Yeah. So let's get to it. Let's blast the fuck off. Let's blast the fuck off early. It's Friday and daycare is open. War is imminent according to the US. Wait, are you /J or /SRS? Listen, I'm never SRS. Okay. Even when you think I'm being /SRS, I'm always /J. Okay. You know people are going to be talking like this in the future. Anyway, hold on. It's Friday. Daycare's open. Get it now. War is imminent according to the United States.
Yo.
Get a little as a treat. Get a little war treat.
7 months already? Poggers.
Are you familiar with the tiny headed kingdom? No, I'm not. We should send little Krish to invade Afghanistan. US making up intelligence, they never would. One of the things that like I didn't really cover too much that I can't believe I forgot, but NBC one-on-one with boss man Biden and so much more content.
Arjan. Chat.
American
Poggers.
sandwich tasting with Tubbo, Austin, and Will. Fuck is Will's like? Dude, Will Neff's fucking Will Neff is the only other person who has like worse consistency on his fucking stupid accounts than myself. What the fuck is Will's goddamn? Oh, it's 100th Neff now. Okay, that's why. Jesus Christ. And get in now. Daycare is open. War is imminent. According to the US.
Been subbed 4 months and already a while.
There it is. Oh fuck, I blasted off without the daycare meme that I was gonna post on it. God damn it. Delete, delete, delete. It's not there. Okay. Dude, this part of the process takes me like way too fucking long. Okay, there's a cute meme on it too today. We'll listen to the Ari video in a second. Bro, big ups to Hasan for being such a thirst trap. Just matched with a baddie on Hinge who watches you too, and we're thirsting together now. She's a master chef frog puggo. Candace wants to fight you. Candace dick fit in your mouth? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you referring to Candace Owens, who is trying to fight what's her face, like Cardi B or some shit, to try to get herself fucking relevancy, you know what I mean? She's like desperate. Doug Ford press conference where he evoked the state of emergency in Ontario. Tucker's gonna get clapped up to 100K in fines and 1 year in prison. Okay, that's a bit excessive, dude. That's a bit excessive. What is this? As a new subscriber, I watched one of your older YouTube videos and you literally wore the same shirt.
Hear from our 44th
That's crazy.
President, Barack Obama.
Are you telling me that I wore the same shirt in 2020? August 20th, 2020? That's crazy. Do you think French girl accents are hot? Yes, that's a silly question. Next question.
WHO ready to get their war C8.
They're losing $700 million a day because of the bridge. Dude, nothing annoys me more than fucking dumbass people on the internet who are like, I'm a leftist. And then they
16 months
literally
of
are
senior
like, oh,
retention.
this fucking trucker convoy, like these guys are you know, doing the right thing. They're working class. Like, let the working class make these kinds of decisions. Like, dude, you're a fucking idiot, okay? Like, working class individuals, which some of these truckers are, certainly, okay? Because I'm not in the business of saying like, oh, if you own your own truck, you're not working class or anything like that. That distinction is like completely fucking uninteresting to me. Yeah, these guys are fucking working class. Some of them are. Some of them are petite bourgeois. Some of them are lumpen proles, but they are. Some of them are working class, right? But who cares? What is this idea? Like, it's a quintessentially liberal thing to do when you assign a class position to someone and then use that class position as an identity shield. It's like such a weird liberal tendency. Like, you're fucking leftist, man. Like, act like it. Okay? If you actually are. Who cares if they're fucking working class? And it's the same attitude where it's like, motherfucker, who cares if what do you call it?
Thanks for the community.
Who cares if like indigenous people are participating in these protests? Like, they aren't, but even if they were, I wouldn't give a shit. Like, I don't believe in any sort of like weird protective shield that you are immediately given. It's like, oh, have your people been genocided? So, okay, so you can be a reactionary now. No, you can't. Like, and by the way, that's precisely why the First Nations, First Nations leaders literally came out and said, this is silly. This is not us. You know, people are saying we're in support of these protests. We're not. So, save this link for later. America theme figure skating done by Oi Bros at the Olympics in 2010. Wait, oh, hold on. This is what I was going to show you. Adoption surprise. 40K adoptees asked to be adopted by daycare provider at 3 a.m. Yeah, the Teamsters disowned. This you, 5-month subscriber. Welcome. This is the first ban of the day. You come at me with some fucking Twitter this use. This is what you get, baby. That's right. I'm trying to fucking do mental health. I'm trying to fucking make sure that this content is exciting and entertaining for the thousands of people that join in. If you want to fucking selfishly come in here and be like, I know we don't have LSF anymore, so what I'm going to do is like literally fucking elevate some randos on Twitter. I don't give a fuck. That is me. Here's the reality, okay? I don't care. I don't. I know you want me to. I know. I know. People are constantly like, dude, please care. Like, please care. This micro-influencer's calling you out, dude. This macro-influencer's calling you out. Please care. They're saying you're racist. They're saying you're transphobic. Yeah, okay. I'm all those things, man. It's crazy. Yeah. That's wild. You know, if I'm racist and transphobic, there's literally not a single person on this planet, including like, you know, trans people and black people that are not racist. It's just everyone's racist, I guess. You know, sorry. It's crazy. Is the audio different? Hasan's mic sounds weird. Wait, it does? I don't know. It might be a little bit louder, maybe? I don't know. All right, let's go down. I'm already tired. I'm already tired because I fucking worked out. That's what a racist would say. Yeah, exactly. Because I am, dude.
Happy Friday.
It was
everyone.
a secret, chat. It was a secret, okay? Admit something time, okay? Admit something. Time for me to admit something, okay? 3 a.m., you know, we're doing after dark confessions. It's time for me to admit something important.
2 months of indoctrination, let's go.
For the past, I would say, 8 years, I've been on the Young Turks, making content on my own, making content on multitude of different social media very publicly. I've been a defender of you know, a multitude of different movements, activism ranging from Black Lives Matter, trans issues, you know, workers' rights, all that sort of stuff. But actually,
8 months baby.
over the course of those 10 years when I was an advocate for all of those things, which, you know, ended up with me getting canceled a million times over, even though cancellations aren't fucking real, drew the ire and attention of millions of Americans at certain points, especially when considering my opposition to American imperialism. I was secretly doing it because I believe the opposite of those things. I wanted to change people's minds in a reactionary country, in a country where people are racist, in a country where people are in a country where people are transphobic, racist. I wanted to change people's minds so that they could fucking yell at me, because I secretly am all of those things. That's right. You guys got me. That's true. This entire time, man, I know I spent 10 hours a day in front of the camera advocating for these things consistently over the course of the past 10 years, but actually, you fucking got me, man. You got me. It was so that I could have more people yell at me, so I could change their minds, so they could turn around and yell at me. And what I am in secret.
Worked 16 months.
A bigoted person. How many more times are you going to give this response to the same people? I don't know. I'm not that big of a person. You know what I mean? I have a limited audience at the end. I have a limited audience. I have you guys, and that's pretty much it. So there are always going to be new people who are finding out about me, and they only know about me as like a bigoted person. I always knew I followed you for 3 years for this moment. Mask off. Don't take these things so personally, my guy. I mean, it's kind of fucking stupid when you say something along the lines of like, don't take these things personally. When it's like, don't take what personally? The fact that like there are people on the internet who quite literally fucking who just straight up say that I am the opposite of all these things that I've been saying for many, many years. Like, that's not a, yeah, Hasan is called a racist, a transphobe, bigot. Don't take this personally. What do you want from me? Like, what, should I just not even make a joke about it? Like, literally week after week after week, there's like a new fucking coalition on the internet of like, and it's always the weirdest thing, because it's like rad libs on the one hand who are like, Hasan is not fucking, Hasan is not as woke as I would want him to be.
7 months, people.
And then on the other hand, you have like straight up Nazis who are like, yeah, Hasan isn't as woke. He's actually a racist piece of shit. You're right. And it's like this weird coalition of always of like, people who are like, you know, they, them, queer, anarchist, ACAB accounts, okay? Simultaneously with like Himmler's dildo 68, you know, with like a fucking Groiper account. And both of them are shitting on me in the same way. And like, obviously one's like more disingenuous than the other. The other one is delusional. The other is like disingenuous, but it's like a very effective way of shitting on someone. So, I don't know. Ironically, conservatives are less critical of you than leftists. Like, yeah, the average conservative looks at me and goes, yeah, that's a crazy guy. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. He's just some crazy socialist guy. But he don't like Nancy Pelosi, and I don't either. Okay?
Hassle.
Radlibs, on the other hand, are like, sorry, there was a fucking microaggression that I was subjected to on the HasanAbi broadcast. This is sus is back. I subjected Hasan the Hun to the worst shit Showtime ever made, Homeland. It's true, I did do this, and it was a lot of fun. The most Obama era show imaginable. take a week off, 10-month subscriber.
Some
Never
people
come in
hate
here and be
transgender
like,
because they secretly want to
streamers
make a
love going
transgender
through your
person
fucking
facts.
broadcasts and shitting on your debates or whatever. I don't care. Do you work for them? Are they paying you? No? Then shut the fuck up. Homeland was based on an Israeli show. That's why Americans ate it up. Yeah, no, I know.
And
Israel Adesanya.
Dana, I had a question for you around Joe Rogan. There's been a lot of controversy with him.
What the fuck?
And Dana, I had a question for you.
Oh,
Around,
they
Joe
fucking
Rogan.
they silenced his mic.
And there's been a lot of controversy with him.
First off, let me take this one. Hold up. I'm black. I can take this one. Look.
Okay. What were?
No. There's a lot of cunts in this game. There's a lot of snakes in this game. I've been in this fight game since 2008. And Joe Rogan is one of the nicest, coolest, humble motherfuckers I've had the pleasure of working with. Understand?
Bro, he literally works with Dana White, of course. In comparison to someone like Dana White, Joe Rogan is an anti-racist activist, okay? This is what I try to describe to people in this community regularly. It's like, are you fucking insane? Like, you think Joe Rogan is like an out and about racist person? Like, do you understand how racist the average American is? Like, did you fucking forget? Do you understand how racist Dana White is? You know what I mean? And then when I say stuff like this, then they're like, you're speaking over black people. It's like, okay, well, it's super easy to like one guy you if that's your take. Because here's the one guy. Here's a black person. You know what I mean? Like racism, just like transphobia, is the fucking default position. Okay? And therefore, especially if you're a black person who hasn't like grown up in a super sheltered way, I guess, you already know this. Like, you know, there's so many racist motherfuckers out there. Like super racist motherfuckers out there. You know what I mean? It's like the level of racism Joe Rogan is bringing to the table, other than like, you know, it'll look fucking horrible in a compilation of clips from like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, but ultimately it's something that he apologized for. It's very clear that he's like upset about it. He stopped doing it, you know? This only reinforces my perspective on the matter.
And you know, it's just, fuck the noise, man. You know what they're trying to do. You can't control the man, and he's got the biggest platform in the world right now. So that's my nigga, Joe Rogan. Fuck the noise.
So the other problem is like, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot. New Joe Rogan racist compilation. Oh, this is pretty funny. Dude, I love this. So, for the record, this video is dog shit too. I really hope that I have fucking stands that do the same shit for me whenever people fucking, you know, jump on my ass too. Like, this compilation is so stupid. The thing that white people usually love to do, okay, is, oh, are you saying that my white idol is a racist? Well, look at all these times where he said nice things about black people. Now, for me, it's a little bit different, right? It's a little bit different because like there's, you know, tangible things that you can point to with respect to like my advocacy, with the things that I, you know, have talked about for many, many, many years, right? So it's a little different than Joe just being like, oh yeah, I think Michelle Obama would be fucking great. You're weird about trans people, Hasan? No, I'm not. You are a fucking loser. I am not weird about trans people at all. You will never, ever find another content creator of this size that works as hard to make sure this is a fucking anti-transphobia space. Suck my dick, okay? And also, the many, many trans people in this community, because this is one of the largest fucking communities with respect to the amount of trans people that are in here.
Now, baby.
They don't agree with you. Shut the fuck up. There are trans people that are more transphobic than me, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like Blair White. You're going to get a lot of this today for your information. I don't know what happened. I'm sure. Dude, it's so weird. Here's the thing. So the problem is like, what does being weird about trans people even fucking mean, lol? I don't know. But the problem is like, the reason why I look at Joe Rogan's situation as like a content creator, when you're an independent content creator and you have a level of size, like people constantly want to fucking shave it. Okay? When you have a lot of influence and you have a decent size, people constantly want to shave that shit. They're like, fuck you, I'm going to keep you in check. And there's like understandable ways of criticizing me. Okay? There's understandable ways of criticizing me. The reality is like I fuck up all the time and I recognize it when I do. I've apologized in the past. I even apologized to community members in the past about like fucking a tweet that I didn't even fucking send. You know what I mean? Like I apologize to people even when it feels irrational to do so. Okay? And the people that have been in here for a very long time know this. Okay? But it's just the reality. The reality is that no matter what the fuck happens, I think the amount you hyper-focus on transphobic takes and transphobia often is overwhelming and distracts you from the fact that it's top of the hour and you should be running an ad break. Oh, come on! Come on! Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I'm transphobic now. That's right. That's why I'm an enemy to the LGBT community. God damn it! Anyway, bro, it's like people fucking see, people see just, other people fucking jumping in on the pile and they're like, time to put my fucking dick in the table. Time to put my fucking balls and dick on the table. Let's get in on it. And it's like, it's pussy shit. Let's be real. You're just jumping in because you're a fucking coward. You have no flex. You have no fucking clout. Jeez. You have no good ideas. You have no good value. And you can't make fucking content on your own. So you're just jumping on the rest of the fucking, you're jumping on the crowd to pile on and be like, actually, I know Hasan bought a Porsche and that didn't have a lot of staying power because most normal people are like, who gives a fuck? He has money. He bought something nice. But also, did you know he's racist? And it's like, okay, well, that's ridiculous because, there's fucking 10 years of like him literally straight up talking about, talking against racism, talking about systemic racism, doing all that shit. Well, okay. Well, did you know he's also transphobic? Like, you're not going to, that's okay. Go ahead. Have fun. But that's part of the reason why, like, I see it. I see it all the time. Like that chatter made me see the top of the hour ad break.
Love you, Hasan.
Problem is that with Normans, at least one of those will stick. Oh, for sure. There is nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. No matter what the fuck happens, there's always going to be people that are like, I've never watched this shit, but I hate him. Anyway, so I'm running the ad break now. First of the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you no longer want to see those ads. Oh, they also say I'm an international sex trafficker, similar to Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, it's fucking insane, dude. Anyway, but yeah, that's the swerve side.
He said the C word to me.
All you can do is put your fucking head down, cover your bases, continue advocating for the things you believe in, and make good content. That's it. Okay? That's it.
Poggies.
At least swerfs are more verifiably insane and easy to ignore. Yeah. No, most of the people are. Most of the most of those people are easy to ignore. I just can't ignore it. We're gonna watch the video right now. But of course, I keep forgetting to run the ad break. You know, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. What is happening? My fucking Twitch is like falling apart. It's breaking down a little bit. Chud realizing his self-racism. Ooh, that's spicy. I like that. Anyway, so my leftist buddy says he doesn't like you because you're too charismatic. I lolled in his face. Okay, so here's the thing. So with respect to Joseph Robinette Rogan.
Yay, 7 months.
What is this? Stunlock breaker?
Dick small.
This is so negative. Listen, lady, I don't know why you thought that perpetuating the big dick alpha male stereotype through being a mom was a good idea. Your best course of action was to act as if who cares or I've got no penis, but acting offended for having a small dick literally belittles every small dick guy out there because you're agreeing that is a negative trait in a man. If this was about a guy trying to make fun of a male streamer for having small tits or a loose cunt, oh my God, he went fucking incel so hard. We're going to talk about Afghanistan. Yes, we're going to talk about the horrible thing that the American government is doing in Afghanistan in a second. Dude, I love this. Please respect yourselves, respect others, and don't belittle each other and think before you react to something someone says. I love that. Can we watch Ari at Home's video first? No, we're going to do Joe Rogan first. And then intermission, I'll use the Ari at Home video. Most same fresh and fit viewer. Sheldon Elaine, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, or 10 gifted subs, and 19 Elena 98, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Dude, listen. A lot of this stuff comes from confidence. Do you have it? Are you a confident human being? Can you be comfortable in your own skin? Obviously, external factors play a significant role. External factors play a significant role in whether or not you can be confident in your own skin. But no matter what happens, right? No matter what happens, no matter what other people are saying, at the end of the day, the best and perhaps only way of being able to, God damn, bro, these fucking donos are going crazy. The only way to be able to do so is by just realizing that, listen, if you have a fucking tiny dick, if you have a cute little button dick, dude, you gotta learn how to eat pussy, okay? You gotta learn how to eat pussy like a motherfucking demon, okay? Like, just fucking, you need to flex your goddamn tongue game, okay? That's it. Making content usually more monetary or more just to make people aware what you think about it? What do you mean? I mean, to be fair, like, you should learn to do that even if, you should just learn to do that in general. What if you got a short tongue too? Oh, poor baby. The clitoris is outside of the, the vaginal canal. Don't worry. Like, it's even if you have a short tongue, as long as it can like reach outside of your mouth, you'll be able to eat someone out, okay? All right, let's watch this fucking thing. God damn it.
Believe if Michelle Obama runs, she wins. She's good. She's great. She's the wife of the best president that we have had in our lifetime. I've never voted right wing in my life. I consider universal.
Dude, so this video compilation is great because, like, look at how not racist Joe Rogan is, right? Like, okay, first of all, this is why I do like Joe Rogan. Like, this is why, because he's such a fucking unique weirdo. He is so American. He is the most like American guy, okay? For someone who recently got $100 million Spotify deal, who basically has a larger platform, okay? Who basically has a larger platform than like actual fucking news stations, which is why it's always so funny whenever people fucking say,
oh, America is doing something bad.
You know, Joe Rogan is this, Joe Rogan is that. But like the funniest part about it is whenever people say Joe Rogan is not mainstream. Like it doesn't get more fucking mainstream. Like he's an independent person, as in he's not a CNN anchor, but like he's more powerful than a fucking CNN anchor. And this is the new wave. Like this is literally the new meta. It's people like Joe Rogan. It's people like myself. Like we are getting to a level of prominence, Joe being like the obvious first person that is like in that level. But as far as like independent content creators, the reality is like, yes, our audiences keep growing. Our audiences stay growing. Our influence keeps growing. Okay. And the reality is that, you know, these platforms themselves are going to be a match for mainstream media. Izzy literally said Joe Rogan wasn't mainstream and that he has said the biggest platform on the planet in the same sentence. Exactly. So a lot of people substitute mainstream for, you know, being on fucking CNN and shit, but it doesn't get more mainstream than having like 11 million to 20 million fucking downloads on every single episode that you have. Right? Hasan, no one wants to see Rogan. Important foreign policy issues going on right now. We're talking about Rogan for the 1,000th day in a row. Dude, what are you talking about? I've talked about Ukraine way more than I've talked about Joe Rogan these past couple of weeks. The fuck do you mean? You're crazy. You fucking weirdo. Also, this is an internet-specific issue. And don't worry, I'm going to get to Ukraine. Don't worry. Fucking, oh, God. Russia is invading Ukraine. Don't worry. It's coming.
So basic income, a really good idea. I want free...
You dick ride pretty hard. You talk about Joe Rogan every day, though. You dick ride pretty hard. 19-month subscriber says, I dick ride Joe Rogan. 19-month subscriber. 2 timeouts. Following since June 24th, 2019. You dick ride Joe Rogan. Do you mean like I fucking, like I criticize him regularly? What is it? I like Joe Rogan and I dick ride him like I defend Joe Rogan? That's what we're doing now? How fucking insane, dude. You've been in here for long enough. You know. Jesus Christ. First of all, if I dick rode Joe Rogan, I would have been on the Joe Rogan experience, okay? Like 1 million times at this point. So what the fuck are you talking about?
College education. Take it easy. Hello, Bernie.
How are you, Joe?
Wonderful. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I like Tulsi and I like Bernie. That's it.
Oh, yeah?
Everybody else can eat shit.
Ugh. He likes Tulsi. Exactly. This is a perfect example of like dude with no like tangible politics, okay? So it's weird when like Crystal Ball, who is like a political commentator, okay, or Kyle Kalinske, who also is a political commentator, when they make it seem like this is consistent or cohesive or coherent in any meaningful capacity, like this literally does not show anything. You're a Joe Rogan orbiter? Dude, the New York Times is a Joe Rogan orbiter. You're an orbiter, dude. Joe Rogan is mainstream. He's so fucking mainstream that the New York Times Daily did a podcast exclusively dedicated to him today. Okay? Y'all are fucking nuts. Anyway, genuine question, why is Tulsi so bad? Tulsi Gabbard is quite literally just a Republican. Just because at some point, Tulsi Gabbard is, oh my God, in every way, shape, and form, she's like a patriotic American, like pro-military, all this shit, even though she claimed that she was the opposite. Anyway, guys, I'm still gonna finish this, and the more you fucking write, you cover Joe Rogan too much, in my opinion. All you fucking like Discord Andes, all you fucking 12-month subscribers were like, you cover Joe Rogan too much, in my opinion. Okay, bro, well, I'm gonna keep covering it, and you're just prolonging the coverage at the moment. I want to move on from this, and I want to talk about other shit.
Look at you, fuck.
Doesn't agree with some Democrat policies, must be Republican. Shut the fuck up, you supine protoplasmic invertebrate baby. Amazing when independents have no tangible politics. Hasan, why do you feel this way? Dog, I fucking despise the Democratic Party, but because I have actual, like, real convictions, okay? I have a moral system. I have a real fucking political conviction. That's precisely the reason why I fucking hate Tulsi Gabbard, who, you know, throws 3 fucking Pilates videos on the timeline, and you horny neckbeards lose your fucking shit. Why are you so emotionally unintelligent? I don't know, dude, because I fucked your mom so hard that it like broke a part of my brain, okay? Actually, the real reason is because of you, because of fucking weird limp dick motherfuckers like this. Piss baby shit, you're the baby here, bro. You have millions and can't get decent audio. Should leave the trans takes the Vosh. You're way more rhetorically capable. Why are you so emotionally unintelligent? Because you are fucking stupid. You are brain dead. You literally are deranged, and you can't stop yourself, and you come in here and you fucking write shit, and I see it and I respond to it all the goddamn time, and it makes me into a way more aggressive person. It makes me an angry person. It makes me actually not charitable to people who may actually come in here with like genuine questions. And I see you so much. I see you and others like you all day, every fucking day. After a while, it breaks my fucking brain, dude. Anyway, but as I was saying, the Tulsi Gabbard thing is so fucking stupid and delusional. She couldn't even say she's like a fucking anti-imperialist or whatever. Like, it's bullshit. She has rode the wave of like, I'm a real leftist, into defending Joe Biden regularly. She's just as much as a grifter as all of these fucking forced to vote guys who now don't even believe in Medicare for all, apparently. I thought that was the main thing for them, and they don't even believe in that anymore. They're just like weirdo cranks. I don't know how else to describe them other than like they are supposed to agree with me on 98% of the things that I believe in, but for some reason I'm the most significant threat in American society. And they are the real fucking anti-imperialist heroes. Actually, they're not even anti-imperialist now. They're pro-imperialist. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like fucking crazy. If you defend Kyle Rittenhouse, if you defend, you know, I don't know, every single fucking interaction, every single instance, every single infraction of American imperialism, or well, some of them do this, some of them don't, obviously. If you are anti-Medicare for all now, for some reason, if the only describable discernible politics you have is that like the working class is fucking racist and they have to be racist, you have to let them be racist, which of course immediately is, operates under the assumption that there aren't any you know, black or trans people in the working class, you know what I mean, which is also ridiculous in and of itself. Then you're not like a leftist at all.
Fucking progressive.
Yeah, I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. I think he's looking out for the interests of the working people, and I think he wants people to have a better life and do better. And I'm all for that. And if that means I have to pay more in tax, like people think, oh, you're a socialist. I've heard people say that. Oh, you're a fucking socialist, bro. Like, first of all, he's not even a socialist. He's a democratic socialist. It's a different thing. I would like to spend more in taxes if they could fix inner city communities and take these poor neighborhoods and throw a fuckload of spend.
Bro, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this fucking video? They're like, look at all the times that Joe Rogan has actually been not a racist or actually been a leftist. Like, ooh, yeah, he does. He has those takes and then he has really fucking bad ones. Okay. To God, I love this. I mean, here's the thing. This is the reason why I think Joe Rogan is an interesting person, because he's very much like a dumb guy who is kind of talking about politics. Okay. Also, a lot of these takes are, throw them out the fucking window once Ivermectin Joe came out. Texas Joe, kind of a different demon.
And more, you fucking Republican piece of shit. 87% of scientists said that human activity is driving global warming. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay.
Sounds like someone I know. Wait, what? Please tell me you're making a comparison between me and Joe Rogan on my inconsistent values or some shit. I'll just fucking end the broadcast right now.
Trans rights. I'm even universal health care. Obviously, this protected status is driving me crazy. This thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that kind of shit. And the hard right version of that is despicable. These people that I see online, why didn't they apply for citizenship? Oh, who knows? Maybe because they're fucking 13. I don't give a fuck if they broke the law. You don't take parents and kids and separate them. You just fucking don't. You know Alonzo? No, who's that? A funny comedian. Yeah. He goes, not all Donald Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Donald Trump supporters.
He definitely awakened that side.
But the January 6th thing is important.
See, it is important, and but is it the 6 months later? Should be the ruling number one conversation of journalists?
I think it's really important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important, because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so fucking dangerous, is because a guy can incite a bunch of morons to do something really fucking stupid. As far as trans people, some trans people listening to this, I got nothing but love for you. For everybody. And in fact...
This is the funniest part. Okay, look. Joe Rogan has like convictions that are impossible to shake, and trans people being weird and that they should be out of the fucking athletic competitions. That's just one of them. Like, it's just he hasn't changed that idea at all, and he will not change that idea at all. Is that one that you shouldn't have included in the compilation? You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. Like, you can very clearly find a million more hours of Joe just being like, yeah, this trans person did this trans person did that. If you are that hyper focused on like random trans people competing in athletic competition. I've only heard Hasan talk about who and what he hates. What does he like? Your mom. That is the one fucking thing where it's like, come on, dude, really? Are there more? They should have added the ivermectin. They should have added clips of Joe talking to Michael Osterholm too, to be like, he actually is very scared about the pandemic and that everyone should get vaccinated. It's like, yeah, dude. Okay, so all you showed is like he's inconsistent then.
Eddie Izzard is one of my all-time favorite guests.
Oh, I love Izzard.
The right-wing thing is just an easy way to dismiss me, because I'm not right-wing. I can't recommend your book, Race Matters, enough.
Hashtag thanks, Joe Rogan. That will rub their audience the wrong way, and Orf knows that. Yeah, I mean, who's Orf? The person who made this? Oh, I know who this motherfucker is. What? Oh, he unfollowed me. Oh, interesting. I wonder why. This dude made like really cool videos back in the day. Oh no, now I know why. Oh no. Oh no.
Domestic threat.
Oh, I see what's going on, dude. Oh, he's like a fucking weird how does this happen? This is from the guy who was fired from the Bernie's campaign 24 hours after he was hired. I just like, how do people become this? Like, how do they get brain rotted to this fucking degree? I don't know. It's kind of scary. Anyway, Enes Freedom says South Park vibes. What?
How do we fix this mess this piece of shit made? We make a video of him retracting his statements, saying very nice things about us, and we send it to the news. I'll never do it. Ugh! This isn't up for discussion. In China.
What the fuck? Dude, what is happening, dude? What the fuck? What is
Now, you comply or you die. Gee, what are you doing? You can't just kill him. I kill people all the time. I killed 2 million Muslims just last month. You're a monster. Next, you're gonna tell me my shoes really are made by kids. Don't be stupid, LeBron. Your shoes are not made by kids. Oh, thank God. They are made by babies. Oh, Jesus. I tried to tell you, LeBron. I didn't do my research. Now, you will say what the fuck we tell you to say.
I didn't do my research. Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. One of his, what 5-head takes is funny. Right wing and left wing are the new slurs / hate speech you can use within an in-group as a term of endearment, but they're typically used to dehumanize. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's hilarious, bro. That's really good. That's fucking awesome.
Hey, I'd rather die. Are you going to comply, LeBron?
Worse than the NFT
Hello, Enes Kanter Freedom here.
Wait, why did he post this? He's dead in this, bro. You got fucking owned. Yo, he is so dumb. I swear to God. Fethullah Gulen schools are so bad. They just literally break your fucking brain if you go there. I swear. I mean, Enes Kanter is like literally the greatest example of like. I mean, you just got fucking murdered, dude. What the fuck? Like,
Right from China. I was totally wrong. China is super free. President Xi is great man. Visit China and see. See the Great Wall. Download TikTok. Give China your information. Come to China. How do we fix?
dude, I hope he can, you know, I hope he can fucking make more videos like this now that he's just fired.
To try to run in local politics and fix our government.
Best part is that Shanghai in the background. Shanghai in the background, not Beijing.
We all know Hasan splurges millions on himself, but when's the last time he gave back to chat? We need to unionize. Has strike, we want a pizza party. Has strike pizza party, has strike pizza party, has strike pizza party, has strike pizza party.
Oh, dude, I don't want to watch this meat debate, dude. Oh, this was really good. This is a really good video. I watched this last night. Guys.
I believe my dad.
Guys, listen, I have to point something, okay? I have to point out something. I don't want you guys to make fun of this person, okay? This is a very sad video. This is a very serious video. Perhaps the most serious video we'll be watching today.
I believe my dad. But as I started getting a little older and I started questioning some of his beliefs and have forming my own, a rift started growing between us. I did my best to find a middle ground, to agree to disagree and hold different opinions, but love each other regardless. Didn't work. I don't talk to my dad anymore.
That's devastating, man.
And it sucks.
So crazy.
What does this have to do with crypto? NFTs, the problem with NFTs.
Yo! Come on, dude. Oh, wow. You guys said you weren't going to make fun of this guy. Wow, what the fuck? Why? It seems like a lot of Keck W's are flying in the chat currently, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What does this have to do with crypto? I haven't talked to my dad in many, many years. Now, what does this have to do with crypto? Everything. Okay? Motherfucking everything. Well, you just said it was serious, you son of a bitch. Yeah, well, you know, well, you guys failed. You're laughing, and it's really fucked up that you're laughing. Okay? How dare you? The man is talking about cryptocurrency and his relationship with his father, and you're laughing. Okay. Should we? Oh, I saw this. Kyrie Irving, whose shoes I own,
or give us death.
Tweeted this: "Are people's liberation from this oppressive system that we believe in, based on race and capitalism?" Yeah, well, he's still an anti-vaxxer though. So if he's not, I'm tired of this stream dehumanizing crypto morons. Wow, how fucked up. Moron is a dehumanizing term in and of itself.
9 months and it's my real birthday today. Has wicked.
NFT stands for no father therapy. You won't believe who was involved in making the cartoon.
12-month brain rot. Smile.
I did all the voices for this. All right, let's get into the fucking top news story. We got Ukraine. We got Russia. We got war, baby. We got war. War. What is it good for? A lot. The American military-industrial complex machine that basically fucking grinds everyone's gears. You know what I mean? We got to keep those shits polished, baby. That's what war is good for. It's back on the menu. Never been off the menu, really. When have we stopped doing wars? And we will never stop doing wars. Anyway, we'll talk about the Afghan confiscation. Yeah, I did see the Sydney Sweeney photo shoot. Do you want me to fucking end the broadcast? I already saw it. I already liked it. It's incredible. Why are you linking it to me right now when I'm trying to fucking cover, pressing matters, okay?
You should make series where streamers come on to teach you how to game. Also, thanks for the radicalization.
You're crazy. You're crazy. All right, let's watch this. Okay, so breaking news. The White House is urging Americans to leave Ukraine in the next 24 to 48 hours and warns the U.S. won't rescue civilians if Russia invades. Okay. Also, the people, the Americans, the expats living in Ukraine are like, yeah, no, we're not going to leave. That's crazy. But that's different anyway. But the White House is still saying that regardless. The video of National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying America should leave Ukraine as soon as possible. Let's take a look. Shit's imminent, boys. I mean, they're invading. They're invading like tomorrow. They're definitely invading. They're going to invade.
Crystal clear on this point. Any American in Ukraine should leave as soon as possible, and in any event in the next 24 to 48 hours. We obviously cannot predict the future. We don't know exactly what is going to happen, but the risk is now high enough, and the threat is now immediate enough that this is what prudence demands. If you stay, you are assuming risk with no guarantee.
For the record, this is sus as fuck, dude, okay? Like, the entire convo from the Putin side is like, let's do diplomatic talks. Let's talk to NATO. Let's talk to NATO. Meeting up with Emmanuel Macron. Talking to fucking Xi Jinping. Okay?
Beat the 9-month brain rot.
The Ukrainian leadership's like, yeah, let's fucking, let's de-escalate. Let's de-escalate. America's like, it's fucking war! It's fucking war, baby! It's happening! I swear to God! Holy fuck, what a bad take. Sorry. I should do what you get from every single fucking media outlet, which is, it's fucking war. It's gonna happen. Oh my God, Russia is so horny. They're definitely gonna fucking invade. They're gonna invade today. They've already invaded. They invaded your minds with their memes, and they're gonna invade your soil with their fucking military men, okay? The UK, Japan, and Israel said the same thing today too. I wonder if the US is planning something. That's what I'm sussed out by.
Pog.
Okay? That's what I'm more sussed by, which is that like America has cranked it up. They cranked up the dial of like, oh, it's definitely a war. It's gonna happen no matter what.
Guarantee that there will be any other opportunity to leave, and no prospect of a U.S. military evacuation in the event of a Russian invasion. If a Russian attack on Ukraine proceeds, it is likely to begin with aerial bombing and missile attacks that could obviously kill civilians without...
A man sees God in his car. He crashes.
Okay, this is so good. Oh, this bit, exactly, this bit is exactly so prescient and exactly what my fucking take is on this, okay? This is exactly what my fucking, this is exactly what my take is on this.
Today's historic trade agreement between Australia and Hong Kong marks a new season of hope for the future of world trade. The two countries have been at each other's throats for years, but now the hatchet's been buried by a treaty which allows unrestricted trading between all parties at all levels. I'm joined now by Martin Crace, the British Minister with special responsibility for the Commonwealth, and Gavin Hawtrey, the Australian Foreign Secretary in Canberra. Gentlemen, this is pretty historic stuff. Well done.
Does the invasion of Crimea not count? Just curious. Yes, it literally doesn't. Like, it's an entirely separate fucking demon. If you're going to talk about, like, separatists within the region, within Crimea, getting material support from the Russian government versus a country of 44 million fucking people, okay, that are mostly ethnically Ukrainian, yes, there is a gigantic fucking difference. It literally doesn't. Like, you can JC me all you want. You can just curious your way out of this. But yes, like I said, Crimea River, like, shut the fuck up. You mean Russian? Ukraine. I'm talking about Ukraine. People saying that, like, there's a distinction. I don't fucking understand it, but at least, like, enough people believe it, so whatever, okay? What? Are you going to cover the Corinna shit kind of whack? What is the Corinna shit?
I can feel the brain rot creeping in.
Anyway, let's continue with this.
A future of unbridled harmony then, Australia?
Yes, I think Martin Crace and I can be pretty satisfied. It's a good day.
And if, as in the past, Australia exceed their agreement, what will you do about it?
This is a very satisfactory treaty, which
brain
I'm sure
rot,
will work
Jesus.
well. Naturally, if the limits were exceeded, then this would be met with a firm line, but I can't see this being necessary.
Mr. Hawtrey, he's knocking a firm line in your direction. What are you going to do about that?
Well, in that case, we just reimpose sanctions as we did last year.
Sanctions? Hang on a second. They've only just swallowed their sanctions, and now they're burping them back up in your face.
I think sanctions is rather premature talk. Certainly, if sanctions were imposed, we should have to retaliate with appropriate measures. But I can't see...
Irrelevant if Russia invades the whole country. They're not... Dude, that would destroy Russia. Yeah, on China and Russia, you're like 90% wrong. Yeah, dude, except, you know, China hasn't fucking invaded anyone. And remember, for some weird reason, no one is talking about Taiwan anymore, except the threat is ever looming, right? I mean, everyone wanted to fucking talk about Taiwan. America is going to, I mean, China is going to invade Taiwan. China's going to invade Taiwan. China's going to invade Taiwan. That's going to happen tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow. They're going to murder everyone in Hong Kong. Everyone in Hong Kong, dead. Okay? Remember when everyone in Hong Kong was going to fucking die? Like every single person? That's so crazy. It's just crazy that like everyone in Hong Kong is dead now. Okay? It's ridiculous to say one fucking thing, which is, you know, I think you are you're not being you're not being as like alarmist as I am about. You're not being as alarmist as I am about like these other countries. Okay, you can say that, but if you turn around and you fucking act like you were right and I'm always wrong on fucking foreign policy issues, then what's going on? Like, you have to point the things that I'm wrong on, and you're not. Like, dude, on Reddit, they were more or less excited the CCP to roll over Hong Kong square style during the protests. Every day, a new post saying this is the day today. CCP murdered Hong Kong and never fucking happened. It just didn't. It didn't. It didn't. What is this? We should bully people like this more. I can't see this. Breakbeat Takeshi, biracial, queer, working class, cis, he, him. I wonder why I'm fucking blocked by this person.
Happy 17-month. Wartime, baby. Taiwan #1.
Anyway.
Appropriate measures is a euphemism, Mr. Hawtrey. You know what it means. What are you going to do
Just
about
watch
that?
this. Watch this joke.
Have to go back to cabinet.
And ask them about what?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a matter for the military.
The military?
I think military measures is totally inappropriate reaction, and I think this is way, way over the top.
Sounds like you're being inappropriate, are you?
Of course I'm not being inappropriate, but Martin Christ knows that full well.
This is the sort of misunderstanding that I thought we'd laid to rest during our negotiating period.
Misunderstanding it certainly is. It's certainly not a treaty, is it? You're both at each other's throats. You're backing yourselves up with arms. What are you going to do about it? Mr. Hawtrey, let me give you a hint. Bang!
What are you asking me to say?
You know damn well what I'm asking you to say. You're putting yourself in a situation of armed conflict. What are you plunging yourself into?
You'd like me to say it?
I want you to say it, yes.
You want the word?
The word!
I will not flinch.
You will not flinch from...
War.
War. Gentlemen, I'll put you on hold. If fighting did break out, it will probably occur in Eastmanstown in the Upper Cataracts on the Australia-Hong Kong border. Our reporter Donald Bethlehem is there now. Donald, what's the atmosphere like?
Tension here is very high, Chris. The stretched twig of peace is at melting point. People here are literally bursting with war. This is very much a country that's going to blow up in its face.
Well, gentlemen, it seems you have little option now but to declare war immediately.
Well, this is quite impossible. I couldn't take such a decision without referring to my superior, Chris Patton. He's in Hong Kong.
Good, because he's on the line now via satellite. Mr. Patton, what do you think of the idea of a war now? I'll take that as a yes.
Very well, it's war.
War it is.
That's it, Chris. It's war. War has broken out. This is a war.
That's it. Yes, it's war. From now on, the Day-to-Day will be providing the most immediate coverage of any war ever fought. On the front line and in your face, Donald Bethlehem.
Standing by, Douglas Hurd.
The Day-to-Day smart bombs have nose-mounted cameras. This is Smart Bomb Stephen, and that is Susanna Gekalois.
I'll be reporting from inside the fight.
Like some crazy Trojan. And keeping an eye on everything that's going on out there at the Day-to-Day news pipe, Douglas Trox.
I love that term when it's like, war, you've heard it.
Chris. But first, the weather from Sylvester Stewart.
And now the weather, starting in the southeast, where the sun should plop through after a dull start, a bit like having your hand sewn back on after a farming accident.
So, this is Chris Morris, and this is the Day-to-Day. This is what I was going to show Tubbo last night, for those of you who are here. This is actually what I was going to show Tubbo, one of my favorite shows of all time. It's written by Armando Iannucci, who I love as well, Scottish, who is written many awesome shows, including Veep, for example. I think he's one of the funniest political satirists out there. Brass Eye, P. Dugin, Death of Stalin was really good. Like, they've done so much. They've done so much incredible political content. The thick of it, yes. So many really fucking good. So many really good movies.
Peace for the Russian people.
So, even though, yeah, his space show is kind of mid, this is true. In the Loop, yeah, that's a really good too. That's a really good one too.
Let's revolve the weather collar now 70 degrees to the Midlands, where I was first bereaved. And there'll be a large cack of heavy cloud covering the area.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
It should stay dry enough for you to dance outside until our Lord Beelzebub calls upon us.
This isn't funny. Literally, the New York Times during Iraq. Yeah, it is funny though. It's okay to make jokes about. It's okay to fucking make jokes about the horrible situation that the media subjects us to.
Я хочу еще раз все-таки подчеркнуть это. Я говорил, но
I want to say this one more time. I've been saying it, but I'd very much want you to finally hear me and deliver it to your audience in print, TV, and online.
Все-таки в конце концов. И донесли это до своих читателей, зрителей и пользователей в интернете. Но вы понимаете или нет, что если Украина будет в НАТО и военным путем будет.
If Ukraine joins NATO and attempts to bring Crimea back by military means, and European countries will be automatically pulled into a war or conflict with Russia.
европейские страны автоматически будут втянуты в военный конфликт с Россией. Конечно,
of course, NATO and Russia potentials are incomparable.
Организации НАТО и России несопоставимы. Мы понимаем. Но мы также и понимаем, что Россия одна из ведущих ядерных
But we also understand that Russia is one of the leading countries, one of the leading nuclear states.
По некоторым компонентам, по современности даже.
And by some modern components, it's even outperformed. Many, there will be no winners.
И вы окажетесь втянутыми в этот конфликт помимо своей воли. И вы даже не успеете глазом моргнуть, когда будете исполнять пункт 5 Римского договора.
We can also read you fuck. I mean, some people are just listening, so that's why I'm doing it. Some people are just listening, which is why I'm reading it out loud. You won't even have time to blink your eye when you execute Article 5, the collective defense of NATO members. So here's the thing. There's a lot of people that watch me and listen to me at work, which is why I'm reading it. Here's the thing, folks, okay? Does this sound like a person who's like, I'm gonna invade Ukraine? I'm gonna invade Ukraine. Don't fucking touch it like it's my shit. No, he's saying, I don't want Ukraine to be a part of NATO, and I don't want Ukraine to touch Crimea. He's saying Crimea is a part of Russian territory. Crimea is Russian. If Ukraine, like they had said in the past, invades Crimea, it's fucking over. It's a wrap. You will all have to go to war with a nuclear power. Mr. President Macron, of course, doesn't want this. And I don't want it.
И я не хочу. Поэтому здесь и находится и мучает меня.
But Russia doesn't have a say in who does and who doesn't get to be a part of NATO? Bro. Currently, they are putting their say out there, okay? Currently, they are. Because they do. Of course they do. And also, they should. It does make sense. Why the fuck shouldn't they, dude? What are we doing? Like, I mean, fuck Vladimir Putin, okay? Obviously, he sucks. He's an autocrat. He is an oligarch. He has surrounded himself with, like, the death and destruction of the post-Soviet democratization of the marketplace for post-Soviet Russia has been absolutely destructive. And people like Vladimir Putin and his friends, the rest of those corrupt fucking oligarchs, have made out like bandits, okay? He's horrible. He's a horrible piece of shit. He also has expansionist policies. But the ridiculous thing is, like, assuming that, one, first of all, he's a mad lad, and he's just gonna fucking, he's just trying to invade Europe eventually. Okay, he's gonna invade Ukraine, and he's gonna invade Europe, and, like, eventually he's just gonna fucking, he wants to take over the rest of the planet. Okay? But he should have a say in whether or not an offensive imperialist organization, a coalition that is designed with the express purpose of, like, fighting back against the Soviet ideological spread of communism and also Russia in general, should not exist in his fucking doorstep in this way. Like, he's like, I don't want Ukraine to turn into a fucking military base. Okay? I don't want Ukraine to turn into another forward operating base. An understandable desire for a nation that wants to fucking maintain its autonomy. So excuse me, but regardless of my point of view on Vladimir Putin, regardless of my opinion on Vladimir Putin as a person, Vladimir Putin's way of running Russia, and the oligarchy that is established in Russia, it's completely understandable for him to say, I don't want fucking Ukraine to turn into a military base for Western imperialists. You know what I mean? It's very obvious that NATO has historically been, especially in the post-Cold War era, has been an offensive imperialist organization that does not work as in a defensive capacity. If it was a defensive capacity, they would not be like, oh yeah, let's further encroach and surround Russia. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Yeah, if Mexico joined a coalition with China and China was like operating and China was like, we're going to build military bases in Mexico. And then they were like, we're going to build military bases in fucking Canada. America would understandably say, fuck no. Y'all remember when the USSR did this with Cuba as a retaliation for America doing this in Turkey? This already happened. So you have no leg to fucking stand on. You just want like, so you support Putin here? The only thing I support is de-escalation measures, okay? That's the only thing I support. De-escalation. I do not want Ukraine to turn into Afghanistan. I do not want Ukraine to turn into Syria. I do not want Ukraine to turn into Iraq. You know who wants that though? Americans. Sorry, it's just the fucking truth. Westoids do not give a fuck. If you're Ukrainian and you're living in fucking Canada, okay, where there's a big Ukrainian diaspora, a lot of them are fucking reactionary as shit. You don't give a fuck because you live in Canada. But guess what's going to happen? It's going to turn into fucking, it's going to turn into glass, okay? That's what's going to happen. It's going to be reduced to a goddamn crater. Do you want that? Do you think that's great?
OMW to more brain dead sessions. Thank you, Daddy Hash.
Just saying, man. Same as all the Turk chuds in the UK voting AKP. Exactly. Exactly. Germany too.
Exclamation mark.
I don't support Vladimir Putin. What the fuck does he do that I would ever agree with? What do you think? I'm like a fan of his, LGBT rights approach or something? The reality is, this benefits Western states. You get to sell guns. You get the media does media gets better ratings. You cripple a foreign adversary, Russia, because it would destroy Russia. It would certainly destroy Ukraine, but it would also destroy Russia, a fact that Vladimir Putin is well aware of. But goddamn, it's good. It's good for business. It's good for Lockheed Martin. Good for all this shit. Still kind of new to chatting here. What do you hate people bringing up? What? Why would I tell you what I hate people bringing up? So you can bring it up? Anyway, so to the Ukrainians, if you're in Ukraine and you're listening, I mean, I'm sure you have a better perspective on this. Completely understandable that you're afraid of Russia. Okay? Look at Georgia and you're like, I don't want that. It's fine, I get it. Okay? But to the Ukrainians in like Canada and shit, what are you doing? Like, you just don't give a fuck? Like, you don't care about your countrymen? You don't care about the people that live there still? What do you think is going to fucking happen? Every communist socialist party throughout the world and even in Europe oppose NATO, but then you have a bunch of sock them cucks in the chat loving a terrorist organization. It's just ridiculous, dude. People be like, I find it really funny that people are like, bro, ACAB, like, I'm a fucking anarchist, you know, light cop cars on fire. And then they're like, I'm also pro-NATO, dude, like, fucking sick. What the fuck? What do you think NATO is? Stop it. Stop it. You're being ridiculous. I don't think Ukraine wants war. It certainly don't. Russia doesn't want war. The only people that want war, unfortunately, have the loudest voices, especially out here. America and the UK. They have full control over mainstream media narratives. Like, they're just fucking blasting this shit no matter what happens.
Without regard to their nationality. A subsequent ground invasion would involve the onslaught of a massive force. With virtually no notice, communications to arrange a departure could be severed and commercial transit halted. No one would be able to count on air or rail or road departures once military action got underway. Now, again, I'm not standing here and saying what is going to happen or not happen. I'm only standing here to say that the risk is now high enough and the threat is immediate enough that prudence demands that it is the time to leave now.
Some of these people's positions can't be reduced to a meme phrase just saying. But that is the truth. That is literally the truth. If you're ACAB but then pro-NATO, or if you're a leftist but pro-NATO, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how are you a leftist? How can you be a leftist and say, I hate American imperialism? I recognize that American imperialism has been fucking dog shit. Wow, Hasan, you're 821 Papela takes, right? America deserved what? America deserved what? Oh my God, that's crazy. Operation Cyclone. Oh my God, America's been goading fucking the USSR into taking action even before Operation Cyclone was made public by radicalizing and arming the Mujahideen, which they openly radicalized and armed after with Operation Cyclone. That's so wild. Oh my God, what happened? Like, you were so right about that. That's crazy. And then you fucking turn around and you're like, but in Ukraine, it's actually sick. In Ukraine, when it's happening like in an identical capacity, then it's fine. That's like, what do you mean? That's totally fine. That's valid. That's valid, King. It's valid when it's happening there. It's like, what? Are you guys just fans of reading about history? So you can fucking turn around and, I don't know, say, oh, it was bad actually 20 years later. Okay, well, I'm saying it's bad right now while it's happening. Oh, this time it's okay, though. This time it's different. This time it's different. It's always fucking different. No healthcare, no affordable houses, no infrastructure built, no better work conditions. War check must be a Westoid. It's just like more so America.
Socialist is defending Russia in his $3 million house he got thanks to America's freedom of speech. In Russia, you'd be in jail. Ukraine was free thanks to NATO.
This is, by the way, for the record, this take that fucking Dono had is the exact same take with every country historically that America has decided to be a foreign adversary against and has goaded into fucking going into war. That Dono, first of all, I mean, so poor from Eastern Europe, sending me a fucking Dono. How about you get ready for war then? Go train with the Azov battalion, you dumb bitch. You know, a war is imminent, right? Fucking idiot. And then also, this idea that like, oh, you couldn't be saying that in Russia, but you can say that in Ukraine. First of all, motherfucker, 8 of the pro-Russian propaganda channels were literally fucking eliminated from Ukrainian broadcasting, and which is reasonable. Like, that's understandable for Ukraine to do so, but don't fucking sit here and act like Ukraine is so fucking free speech, so pro-free speech. You're a fucking dumbass. You're an American dumbass, clearly, to fucking sit here and be like, That part of the world operates exactly like we do. Shut the fuck up. Neocon motherfuckers, dude. Leftists literally turn into John Bolton when you talk about like whoever the media has decided is like something that we need to fucking do. Yes, Saddam would have killed me. But that doesn't mean we need to invade Iraq. Chatter's right. Well, what's up? Oh, Saddam would have killed me. So we need to actually fucking invade Iraq. That was good. That was a good thing that we did that. Where you're literally doing Russian talking points, which is trying to conflate the Azov battalion as an accurate representation of the entirety of the Ukrainian military. I've already admitted that nationalist components, I'm familiar with the Chechen military. I don't know if you know this or not, but nationalism is on either side of the fucking equation. I don't think that that's like, that is the only reason why I mentioned the Azov battalion. The reason why I mentioned the Azov battalion is because of its fucking similarities to what America did with the Mujahideen, okay? And also, the Azov battalion isn't the only nationalist component in fucking Ukraine. What are you talking about? Which, by the way, is now just a part of the Ukrainian National Guard. We've had this conversation a million times over. It's just constantly fucking Americans from over here watching and like goading war. It's like, you know what you sound like? You sound like fucking parasocial, like weirdo hate watchers on Twitch. Here, I'll use an analogy that's like Twitch related. You know how Twitch related, Twitch brain rotted like fucking weirdos try to like play the puppet master role. And they'll be like, this person said this about you. You should really be, you should really be more upset. Like you're playing like, backseat Monday morning quarterback diplomacy for the American State Department.
Why Russia doesn't want war? It seems
you know what I mean? That's what we're doing right now. We're just having like the weirdest fucking convo where you're telling me the exact same positions that I hear on a daily basis because I watch the news. I watch the news all the fucking time. I'm very familiar with what the State Department is saying. I'm very familiar with what the NPR narrative is. I'm very familiar with what the Daily Mail UK bruv narrative is. I'm very familiar with what Boris Johnson is saying. I'm very familiar with Joe Biden and what he has said so far. I know you don't have to like repeat those talking points in here and then say I'm a fucking, Russian puppet or something. Okay. Nazifying Ukrainians and straight up Russian propaganda tactics is also visible in countries like Poland. Yeah, dude, Polish countries like Poland, another nation historically not nationalistic at all and not fascist adjacent at all. Thank you for literally proving the point I was making, which has nothing to do with fucking Russian propaganda, dude. What the fuck are you saying? Are you insane? Did you literally just point to, like, did you just say it's Russian propaganda to say that like nationalism is fucking rotting the core of Polish politics right now? Is that what you're saying? Don't you realize that quite literally justifies, that makes Ukraine look worse? By comparing it to fucking Poland? That doesn't mean that there aren't obviously like leftist Polish people that are actively fighting back against their own government. But holy fuck. I'm a Ukrainian Canadian, and I can say I 100% agree with your takes. Ignore the fucking idiots 10 generations removed from England and Idaho saying you're wrong. Keep up the good coverage for my people. Thank you. My man literally said, my man said, oh yeah, it's fucking Russian propaganda to mention, nationalistic components in like contemporary Poland taking root.
To join an alliance is not an act of war. You know what would be? Russia declaring war. Not brain rot. I am past 9 months.
I think he means that we in Poland Nazify Ukrainians to empower the nationalistic zeal. Oh. Then yes. If that's what you mean, then yeah, that does make sense. Thanks, Lula May, for that nice dono.
Smile.
Dumbass Gnome Chomsky says, I missed it. Anyway, leftists shouldn't take sides in conflicts between two bourgeois states. Yeah, well, literally this meme. Poland, we hate Nazis a ton because of the anti-Semitism, right? Right? That's funny. No, that part is fine. It's just the fucking, they shouldn't invade. And also on top of that, you know, dude, I swear to God, if the fucking Nazis considered Slavs to be white, oh my Lord, dude. You know these motherfuckers would not have, they would not have a problem with the swastika. They would only have a problem with the fucking hammer and sickle, okay? Right now, it's both.
15 months of prime brain rot.
Anyway. But if not NATO, what are the other options for some countries that are suffering from Russian imperialism? For example, I am from Georgia and I do not see any other way of protecting our borders other than help with NATO.
Haven't he caused any Stunlock sad?
I don't know. That's the honest answer. I don't know. I actually can't speak on behalf of Georgia for sure. I mean, diplomacy is the easy out of that conversation. It's just say, oh, diplomacy. Like, it doesn't matter. Post-Soviet nationalism is wild. Weird things have been happening in Western Luhansk region. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is awesome. Oh my God, this is exactly what I've been saying. They're doing it. Oh, dude, Russia belongs to Ukraine, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. No. No. Isn't this the famous fucking USSR hemp farming thing that you would get? Like if you were a hemp farmer? Oh, this is so awesome. They're doing it. They're doing it. The award that you get for being a hemp farmer in the USSR, like it wasn't weed, it was just like hemp, but whatever, it doesn't matter. They changed it. They changed it to the Ukrainian Hemp Farming Awards. Dude. The famous, dude, that's awesome. Oh, that's fucking sick. I love that. I love that. This is fucking fire. This is fucking fire, dude. Actually fire. Yeah, Russia? More like Russia? Oh, do you mean Eastern Ukraine? Oh, you say Russia, I say Eastern Ukraine. Oh, you like your sovereignty? Get fucked because ACAB? Dude, you're ridiculous, okay? I'm sorry. You're a ridiculous person. Like, the only way that Ukraine can maintain its sovereignty is by fucking joining NATO. That's just it. That's the only way they can do it. By turning Ukraine into a fucking military base for Western imperialists. There's just no other way, dude. Anyway, what you should really know about Ukraine. As tensions began to rise over Ukraine, U.S. media produced a stream of articles attempting to explain the situation with headlines like Ukraine Explained, New York Times, and what you need to know about tensions between Ukraine and Russia, Washington Post. Sidebars would have noted, or sidebars would have noticed, what? Sidebars would have notes that tried to, I forgot how to read. I don't know how the fuck happened. Sidebars would have notes try to provide context to the current headlines, but to truly understand the crisis, you would need to know much more than what these articles offered. These explainer pieces are emblematic of Ukraine coverage in the rest of corporate media, which is almost universally give a pro-Western view of U.S.-Russia relations and the history behind them. Yeah, I want Ukraine to be a fucking sovereign nation by becoming a fucking forward operating base for American interests, and then they can also control what kind of spending we do. You know what I mean? That would be fucking sick. You know, that's the only way. NATO definitely is responsible for. NATO is responsible for the sovereignty of small nations. And then they use their muscle and their power regularly, for example, when they decide no-fly zones, okay, at the behest of American empire, like, and they fight against big bad nations like Libya, okay? Like, big bad nations like Afghanistan, big bad nations. They are defending the freedoms of small nations when you send, like, 8 fucking specialists from... I don't know, 8 specialists from the UK that wear shorts in the middle of the fucking desert when they're doing combat. Those guys are actually there in Afghanistan to defend the sovereignty of smaller nations from the wrath of the Taliban. All of your takes on this are trash. Let me explain since you always ask. 1, NATO is important to stop anti-democratic nations from destroying the world over territory. 2, this is exactly like World War II when the ad ran every hour.
Rich is in the soul, not in the material.
I want Russia to invade me, dude. I want Russia to invade this fucking stream. This chat has gotten out of control. It has. I do not like these top of the hour baits, okay? You can't be coming in here with your fucking stupid ass, bullshit ass gray name, okay? And then bait me with a dumbass fucking pro-NATO lip-tart ass take.
Absolutely destroyed Kiev.
Top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, okay? You can contain the Russian expansionist policies through diplomacy and complicated trade relationships with European partners, but you certainly can't contain the top of the hour ad break. It comes for all, unless you are subscribed for $5 or for free, or if you're lucky, you get a gifted sub from the likes of Tall Unlimited, who just gifted 10 gifted subs in the chat. If you're not lucky, though, then you got to make your own luck. And Twitch Prime is free, so that's one way to do it. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. I feel like I keep doing the SpongeBob meme with the driver's license where I'm like, so you think like America shouldn't be the world police, right? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, okay. So you think like American imperialism is just a protection racket, kind of similar to the mafia, right? Yes. So a organization designed with the and you call yourself a leftist, right? Like as a socialist, yes. So Would you could so you understand that like a policing force that is a protection racket, an organization created as a American police force with the express purpose of stopping Soviet ideology or communist ideology from spreading around the planet, that is exclusively used to fucking weaponize the rest of the Western world against numerous countries, is probably bad. And it's like, no, I don't know. That'd be a leftist ass meme. I know, but that is what it is. That's what the problem is. Okay. Bro, NATO leftists need to learn about NATO's origins. Operation Gladio in West Germany. Adolf Husinger. We should do a Gladio. We should do a Gladio video. Anyway, let's continue for now. All right. These explainer pieces are emblematic. The official line goes something like this: Russia is challenging NATO and the international rules-based order by threatening to invade Ukraine, and the Biden administration needed to deter Russia by providing more security guarantees to the Zelensky government. The official account seizes on Russia's 2014 annexation of Ukrainian Crimean Peninsula as a starting point for U.S.-Russian relations and as evidence of Putin's goals of rebuilding Russia's long-lost empire. Russia's demand that NATO cease its expansion to Russia's borders is viewed as such an obviously impossible demand that it can be only understood as a pretext to invade Ukraine. Therefore, the U.S. should send weapons and troops to Ukraine and guarantee its security with military threats to Russia. The Washington Post asks, why is there tension between Russia and Ukraine? Its answer: in March 2014, Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine. By the way, you will see these exact same chats in same exact fucking talking points. I talk about how manufacturing consent is incredibly important for all of you to read. That the American American media routinely operates, okay, as a mouthpiece, as a propaganda mouthpiece, to goad you into thinking that like war is good, to escalate tensions with countries that we have declared foreign adversaries. And they don't have to just do it by saying racist shit. Okay? Like that only worked in the neocon era. Neoliberals also have neocon style takes as well. You have to keep American imperialism going. And in order to do that, these multi-billion-dollar corporations, of course, are going to find ways to get you involved in this as well, to make you think that this is a good idea too. Oh yeah, that's why we need to glass Iran, because they're mistreating homosexuals there. I mean, wow, you talk about Palestinian liberation and then you're gay. Guess how fucking difficult it would be to be a homosexual in Gaza? It's like, yeah, it would be. You know why? Because you could be fucking dying to an IDF missile hitting the Associated Press building on a fucking random Sunday afternoon, you know? It's like, this is deliberate propaganda that is supposed to make you fucking believe that the big bad guy in the fucking room, and Russia is a big bad guy too, but the bigger bad guy in the room that is thousands of fucking miles away actually has a legitimate stake in here, okay? He has a legitimate stake in the fucking war crimes that will inevitably happen, okay? We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to do this for Ukrainian sovereignty. We have to do this for Ukrainian autonomy. We have to do this because, like, Russia is doing imperialism. They're doing Russian imperialism. Wow, you say you hate American imperialism, but you love Russian imperialism? No, motherfucker.
Kissies.
Again, all that Russia has to do for this to go away is not do anything. Russia don't do anything. Impossible difficulty. You say this, and you think this is a valid fucking take, but why can't you have that exact same take against America? Why does America have to get Ukraine into NATO? Why does Ukraine have to be another fucking military base for Western imperialists? It just makes me so angry. It angers me that content creators who love capitalism and imperialism are fighting with content creators who are anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist, and they call it leftist infighting. Who are we fighting? I'm not fighting anybody, okay? I don't care. American bias. Yeah, I have American bias. If I had American bias, I just would not give a shit, okay?
I got the month brain rot.
This guy said, if the United States hadn't stepped in 1946, Russia would have invaded Turkey. That is a fucking hilarious take, bro. That's a good one. Yeah, totally. Post-World War II Russia, okay, was going to invade fucking Turkey. Anyway. Ukraine isn't in NATO, nor did this precipitate over Ukraine about to join NATO. This precipitated because Russia positioned 130,000 troops in surround on Ukraine. Yeah, that just happened out of nowhere. That certainly didn't happen because Ukraine made ridiculous claims as to how they were going to, through help with Western superpowers, take Crimea. And then as a consequence of that, the NATO conversation started, which then led to Russia moving troop positions, which, by the way, a lot of those fucking barracks already existed in those areas that people constantly try to show you and say, oh my God, like that's what's going to happen. What the fuck are you saying? Take Crimea. Crimea is Ukraine. Not anymore. It's not. It's just not. It's not. Just letting you know. Anyway, in March 2014, Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine. A month later, war erupted between Russian allied separatists and Ukraine's military in the eastern Ukrainian region of Donbass. The United Nations Human Rights Office estimates that more than 13,000 people have been killed. But that account is highly misleading because it leaves out the crucial role the U.S. has played in escalating tensions in the region. In nearly every case we looked at, the reports admitted the U.S.'s extensive role in the 2014 coup that preceded Russia's annexation of Crimea. Focusing on the latter part only serves to manufacture consent for the U.S. intervention abroad. The West wants investor-friendly policies in Ukraine. The backdrop to the 2014 coup and annexation cannot be understood without looking at the U.S. strategy to open Ukrainian markets to foreign investors and give control of its economy to giant multinational corporations. Surprise, surprise. A key tool for this has been the International Monetary Fund. Surprise number 2, which leverages aid loans and push governments to adopt policies friendly to the foreign investors. As you all know, we've talked about this a million times over. The IMF is the economic branch of Western imperialism. That is the secondary force. That is the soft power approach to Western imperialism being conducted in other countries. IMF comes in, gives you a loan. You only have to fucking work with, you only can work with the Western companies that they've decided that you can use that loan on. You can't actually fucking spend that loan on your, Hasan is terrible with foreign policy. It's the one good fucking thing I have. My foreign policy takes are, I think, super fucking even keeled, and it's definitely different than what you get anywhere else, and that's precisely why you get upset at it, except I'm literally always fucking right. I've always been right, and I always am right, okay? My foreign policy approach is de-escalation always, okay? De-escalation always. And that's precisely why my foreign policy takes are bad, but my historical analysis of America's foreign policy is really good, right? Because I apply the historical analysis to ongoing American foreign policy. You're just a fucking idiot who likes to hear my takes about American foreign policy from a historical perspective, but when it's applied to what's going on in front of your fucking eyes, you go, no, this time it's different. They've been saying this time is different since World War II, dumbass.
Of an economic hitman.
That's the problem. That's the issue. It's always different. This time is different. This time is different. In Vietnam, this time is different. Afghanistan, this time is different. Iraq, this time is different. Some of you were fucking literally protein in your father's balls before you became sperm when all this shit happened. But when I talk about all that stuff that happened, you're like, okay, that's right. That's true. It is kind of fucked up with that we spent so much money on all of that stuff, right? And so much death and devastation we caused in those places, right? That's crazy. Okay? But this time it's different. Motherfucker, I'm old enough to know they said that back then too. And now you're saying it. You can call me Neville Chamberlain, you dumb bitch. You're John Bolton, okay? You're literally John fucking Bolton. A bloodthirsty, psychopathic monster. Except you're not. You're just a fucking pathetic loser sitting in your mother's basement watching YouTube and Twitch commentators talk about this sort of shit. You're thousands of fucking miles away from any sort of active conflict, and you just want to win an argument in your mind, and that's it. And that's the issue. You know who loses? Ukrainian people lose. You know who loses? Russian people lose in this situation. You won't lose. You just want an argument for now. You think you want an argument, okay? Then months later, when we're talking about it, you just quietly are like, yeah, I was always on your side. That's what happens every time. Your foreign policy takes are so crazy. Yeah, you know why it comes across as crazy to you? You know why my foreign policy takes seem different to you? Because every fucking facet of media is telling you that this is exactly the right thing to do. The thing that American imperialism needs to do is the right thing. And it's such a powerful propaganda machine that is, of course, worth billions of fucking dollars. And if it wasn't powerful, if it wasn't good, then it wouldn't be so costly, okay? They wouldn't be dumping that much money into fucking mainstream media this way, okay? They find a way for you to also think that this is appropriate. A lot of you have a very black and white, very one-note fucking approach to war. You think, okay? You think that it's only racist Republicans that want to go to war because of their racism. No, dummy. They get you into it too. They get you as a liberal into believing that this is the justifiable action by figuring out what you're interested in and fucking pumping that kind of material to you by way of the New York Times. When we talk about chemical weapons in Iraq, okay? When we talked about how America lied about Iraq having chemical weapons just so they could go into Iraq, you think liberals, a lot of liberals weren't on board with that? You think when the New York Times lied about weapons of mass destruction, why do you think American liberals were on board with the fucking Iraq war? They were on board because they were like, oh, the only way to stop Iraq and its weapons of mass destruction is by fucking, going in there. We got to do this. We got to fucking put boots on the ground. The only difference between what's happening there or what happened there and what's happening now is that you think now it's justifiable because it's somehow different. It's not. Being a Syrian that lived through most of the war, you're completely correct about your statements on war. I mean, the Middle Eastern people know this shit. Unless they're fucking, Marabou dogs. To be fair, 150K Russian troops on Ukraine's border are not fake. That's not fake. But military exercises on that border is not a fucking new thing. And not only that, but also barracks on that fucking border. A country that has borders, of course, is going to have fucking barracks and military bases on its own border. But America, if you ask them, they're like, oh, they just built these. It's like, no, they've been around. They've been around. But you're saying they just built it because you want to make it seem like they're gearing up for fucking war, when it's very clearly a flex, a show of force, so that they can say, listen, like, we're ready to fucking go ham. If you put another country that has a border with us in this allegiance that is designed specifically, in this alliance that's designed specifically to fucking increase aggression towards Russia. The issue that I have is that Russia has already annexed part of Ukraine. How can you just trust that they're going to do nothing when they've already done something? Because the parts of Ukraine that they've annexed that you're talking about are literally fucking entirely different ethnically, okay? Have entirely separate, like when you talk about Crimea, have an entirely separate fucking territory and a separate history. So you are thinking like, oh, this is all Ukraine. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's like, no, it's not. Kiev and fucking Donbass are different. Exactly. And you saying, no, here's what I would do. If I was actually fucking going to do manufacturing consent on, or put this into like liberal terminology that you would appreciate, I would say it's quite fucked up that nationalist forces that were harming the ethnic Russian people that were living in living in Eastern Ukrainian territories, that wanted Russia to annex it, that has historically been with Russia for many, many fucking generations, okay? They wanted help and material support from Russia. Russia actually gave them liberation from the oppressive nationalist Ukrainian state. Okay? That's what I would say. And then you would probably fucking suck it up and be like, oh, that's great. That seems great. Thank you for offering a perspective that is liberal enough for me to understand. Yes, this is a terrible time. I'm talking about Ukraine and Russian aggression, and you're also a huge lib, so but I don't think you know a lot about this issue or care about it, which is understandable. You're like a more normal human than like 90% of these people. Remember how 1 week ago you said Russia won't invade? Yeah, I don't think Russia will invade. Wait, Russia still hasn't invaded. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, hold on. It's not. Here it is. There, you can talk now.
Are we going to war or what? What's going on? Is it World War III happening?
No.
That's what I was thinking. I was looking on Twitter.
No. Yeah, of course Twitter's saying that because they're fucking dumbasses, but...
Well, anyway, here, let me leave you on your... I'll come back when your rant is... I was going to order some chicken.
Yeah, you do your thing.
Yeah. It's all good. I'm just stopping over.
Yeah, they're just like... In April 2014, the U.S. government's Broadcasting Board of Governors poll had 83% of Crimeans supporting Russian annexation. You're right that it is all different. Like, that's why I fucking joke about how Crimea technically belongs to the Ottomans, by the way. Because, like, the history of Crimea is entirely separate than like, talking about fucking Ukraine. Dude, this whole thing is your worst take ever? That's how it works, right? A poll decides annexation and borders? Oh, I'm sorry. So you want fucking regional autonomy and liberation for people that want to be a part of a fucking different government? Like, you're just picking and choosing what's going on in that situation. Never mind. My bad, boys. My fucking bad. I didn't realize that, like, you had to consent to what fucking happens in Crimea. Fuck it, dude. Fuck that, right? Holy fuck. I mean, how are you different than, like, neocons now? How are you any different? How are you any different than, like, literally just a Republican neocon? It's crazy, man.
Lol, Western imperialism.
Here's, timeline. Ukraine's turbulent history since independence in 1991. Ukraine has suffered significant challenges in decades since its independence from Moscow. This is fucking boring. I don't want to get into all of this. Okay. just know that every single person, every single one, you're either a pro-Russia leader or you're pro-Western leader, and both of those are fucking awful, okay? They're all bad. And the argument that you can craft is always the fucking same. So my perspective on this is the same, which is if you want a country to have true sovereignty and autonomy, then do not touch it. Because the moment that you fucking put civil society NGOs and like organizations and have those organizations churn out fucking data for the New York Times and then have the entirety of the American population that's ill-informed about what the fuck goes on in these countries that are fucking thousands of miles away make decisions that are not really decisions anyway, but just justify fucking the American imperialist, Western imperialist forces of NATO taking root in a separate country. Yeah, or getting foreign aid, exactly. It's just like, you can, the reason why I have this approach to this issue is because I'm fucking Turkish, okay? You can say centrist take all you want, you dumb bitch. You're a clown. You are being straight up fucking bamboozled by the same people that have bamboozled you time and time again about the same exact shit in different countries, okay? You can say that about Erdogan. Erdogan is homophobic. Erdogan is anti-LGBT. Erdogan is a bad leader. Erdogan hates freedom of the press. All of these are true. Using that as a fucking talking point to insert your CIA asset puppet in the form of Fethullah Gülen into maintaining control with a fucking coup d'etat is not justifiable, though. Okay? And if you ask the Turks, no matter how fucking woke they are, just like myself, no matter how progressive they are, they will say the same shit. Because Fethullah Gülen is also a religious fucking psycho. But he's a religious psycho that literally is a CIA asset. Okay? Do you understand? The way to fucking solve the situation is not by turning around and literally fucking uplifting the other pro-Western side. I'm from blah, blah, proceeds to throw hands. Yeah, totally. Yeah, remember when all the fucking articles were coming out about Afghanistan, which we're going to talk about in a second? Remember when all these fucking countries, remember when everybody was talking about Afghanistan, the Afghan women we care about? Where are the fucking NGOs talking about America's crippling sanctions? The Biden administration just came out earlier last night talking about how Afghanistan's own purse that we control, its own treasury that we control, we're going to take funds away from them to give it to victims of 9/11. The fuck did Afghanistan do about 9/11? If anything, they are the real victims of 9/11. The fuck are you talking about? They're ongoing victims of 9/11. Are you fucking insane? What did Afghanistan do for 9/11? What'd they do? They didn't do shit. So what's up? Where are the fucking NGOs now? Where are all the fucking civil society orgs now? Where are the Americans who needed to continue American imperialism in Afghanistan to make sure that we saved the sanctity and sovereignty of Afghan women? Where are they now? They're starving. We put sanctions on them immediately. We have their money. We control their fucking money. We don't give it to them. What's up? We're starving an entire fucking country. I'm having trouble understanding why you're having so much trouble convincing a mostly American lib chat that you're right on this. The worst part is this is not a liberal chat. This is a chat that thinks they're fucking socialists, okay? This is your brain on American socialism. This is your brain on American anti-imperialism. When you're an American anti-imperialist, you're like, I'm an anti-imperialist, which means historically, when we look back at all the shit that America did, yeah, that was kind of fucked up. I recognize it. But when they're doing the exact same shit right now, I'm like, no, that's actually fucking totally valid this time. This is your brain on Hasan socialism? Listen, man, you can fucking say that I like flashy shit and I'm bad and I have all these like fucking,
6 months,
you know, I do gross displays of like exuberance and I'm a hedonist. Valid, okay? But there was one fucking thing you can't say, and that is that like I have like educated my chat to be pro-American imperialism. You can't say that. If anything, every time that I go viral, it's because I'm very openly anti-imperialist.
PP.
Your takes are so American leftist. What? You think the American left?
The West has freedom of speech.
What?
Productive economies, is pushing for Gear plus acceptance. Russia is annexing lands yet again, suppressing its people's freedoms and rights, remains very tradcon, and you somehow think the West is worse or even comparable.
West of freedom of speech, productive economies, is pushing for LGBTQIA acceptance. Russia is annexing lands yet again, suppressing its people's freedoms and rights, remains very tradcon, and you somehow think the West is worse or even comparable. Bro, come on. That's your ally, bro. That's your ally. Yeah, no, totally. Dude. Historically, liberating imperialism and colonialism has never been an argument that's ever been advanced before. You know, this is just totally new stuff. Totally new stuff.
Your head's too small to be able to stay up there.
The barbarians that we have orientalized, the barbarians that need to be fucking need to be whipped with civilized the civilized Western forces. And the only way to do that is by fucking creating colonies. That's totally new take. Okay, just holy fuck. No one has ever thought about that, dude. White man's burden. Yep. Great stuff. Thank you for describing to me that the American imperialist forces are the liberalizing, the civilizing force of imperialism. Holy fuck. It's just like the pink washing is just totally worked, by the way. Yeah, they hate us for our freedoms, brother. We'll be greeted as liberators, brother. Exactly. In Ukraine, okay, a key tool for this has been the IMF, right? The IMF is funded by and represents Western financial capital and governments and has been at the forefront of efforts to reshape economies around the world for decades, often with disastrous results. The civil war in Yemen and the coup in Bolivia both followed a rejection of IMF terms. In Ukraine, the IMF had long planned to implement a series of economic reforms to make the country more attractive to investors. These included cutting wage controls, i.e. lowering wages, for the record, reforming and reducing health and educational sectors, which made up the bulk of employment in Ukraine, and cutting natural gas subsidies to Ukrainian citizens that made energy affordable to the general public. Coup plotters like the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland repeatedly stressed the need for the Ukrainian government to enact necessary reforms. In 2013, after early steps to integrate with the West, Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych turned against these charges and ended trade integration talks with the European Union. Months before his overthrow, he restarted economic negotiations with Russia in a major snub to the Western economic sphere. Okay? By the way, this does not mean that Yanukovych was a good guy. I'm not saying that. I do not want you to think I'm saying that. He is not a good guy, but no one is. That's the point. Okay? Erdogan, not a good guy. Fethullah Gülen, worse guy. Okay? In a lot of these instances, if you're like a leftist or a progressive person, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. What have I always told you? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And the unfortunate reality is that you have to fucking choose one. And if you have to choose one, Western imperialist forces are ultimately going to be worse for you and your country's autonomy and sovereignty. Okay? Especially because Western imperialism brings about a counterweight, a counter force of even some of the most reactionary anti-Western individuals. Some of the most fucked up, most reactionary, most fascist, most fucking bloodthirsty maniacs can seize control of the country by becoming the only anti-Western fucking coalition that you could ever see in the country.
Head up your ear. But I completely disagreed with the person. Your head's way too small to stay up there.
Look no further than Iran to see how that played out.
Two months.
By then, the nationalist protests were heating up that would go on to topple his government. After 2014 coup, the new government quickly restarted the EU deal. After cutting heating subsidies in half, it secured a $27 billion commitment from the IMF. The IMF's goals still include reducing the role of the state and vested interests in the economy in order to attract more foreign capital. This is what the IMF does, by the way.
To depart immediately. We want to be.
Oh, that's the new shit. This is what the IMF does. This is what it is. You want some money? You got to fucking stop controlling your own economy. You got to fucking only use the money that we're going to give you on our people, on our corporations, and you're going to use it in the way that we allow you to use it. Okay? The IMF is one of the many global institutions whose role in maintaining global inequities.
Peace at home, peace in the world.
The IMF is one of the many global institutions whose role in maintaining global inequities often goes unreported, unnoticed by the general public. The U.S. economic quest to open global markets to capital is a key driver of international affairs, but if the press chooses to ignore it, the public debate is incomplete and shallow. Okay? The U.S. helped overthrow Ukraine's elected president. During the tug of war between the U.S. and Russia, the Americans were engaged in a destabilization campaign against the Yanukovych government. The campaign culminated with the overthrow of the elected president in the Maidan Revolution, also known as the Maidan Coup, named for the Kiev square that hosted the bulk of the protests. A political turmoil engulfed the country in the lead up to 2014, and the U.S. was fueling anti-government sentiment through mechanisms like U.S. aid, USCI aid, and the National Endowment for Democracy, one of my favorites. Just as they had done in 2004, just as they have done all around the world. In December 2013, Nuland, Assistant Secretary of the State for European Affairs and longtime regime change advocate, said that the U.S. government had spent $5 billion promoting democracy in Ukraine since 1991. Wasn't there a recent bill that just passed that I think offered like what $60 million in like promoting democracy in China too? Anyway, that's a separate thing. The money went towards supporting senior officials in the Ukraine government, members of the business community, as well as opposition civil society who agree with U.S. goals. Thank you, Katie CRFT, for the $5 get the subs. The NED is a key organization, or was it $500 million? This is whataboutism. This is whataboutism. Whataboutism is when you offer historical context to American interests in the region and you know, the reason why we're even in this situation to begin with. That's called whataboutism. Whataboutism is when you offer historical context to ongoing conflict And you don't listen to my framing of the situation. That's brilliant, dude. Do you work for the fucking State Department? Why are you in here? Some of you motherfuckers literally are just like, dude, I need you to say exactly what I heard from NPR this morning. I need you to say exactly what I read on the New York Times. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, okay? It's fucking me up. Why are you trying to control the narrative? You're just a chatter.
Abi Americali la and Lamasala.
And these are like long-term fucking community members too. All of your arguments are basically pointless because vitally the Ukrainians actually want to join NATO. To deny them this is similar to traditional colonialism. You cannot have what you want because we know better than you about what's best for you. Yes, traditional colonialism is when you say an aggressive, expansionary, constantly expanding fucking force that is utilized to enact Western imperialist interests, that also has an economic imperialist force put its tentacles on a fucking country that will greatly harm the economic prospects of said country and ruin the fucking lives of many people that live there, as it has historically done to so many countries, including my own that I fucking grew up in. I am the fucking colonialist, actually, to say that's bad. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm the colonialist, dude. I fucking love it. Also, yeah, Ukrainian loving the pro-Ukraine takes. When, the Ukrainian politicians that aren't fucking blinded by potential military contracts that they're going to fucking get. Because, no country is a monolith, dumbass. Remember. And even those who are still horny for fucking military contracts, still trying to de-escalate the situation because they recognize that a war is not actually good for Ukraine's prospects at all. Yeah, because the Ukrainians doing car bombings against Azov battalion want to join the Azov backing NATO alliance. What are chatters on? Foreign policy takes are some of your best because you understand how the world works from a non-Western POV. Yes. That is probably the most unique fucking approach I have in comparison to American and Western leftists in general. Okay.
No brain rot yet.
The National Endowment for Democracy is a key organization in the network of American soft power that pours $170 million a year into organizations dedicated to defending or installing U.S.-friendly regimes. The Washington Post, David Ignatius, once wrote that the organization functions by doing in public what the CIA used to do in private. The NED targets governments who oppose U.S. military or economic policies, stirring up anti-government opposition. So this is also the other reason why I always used to laugh about like fucking Russia bought ads on Facebook, Russiagate. Because like America has been doing this in like an infinitely more powerful way and taking it to the fucking next step by actually doing military imperialism and like boots on the ground warfare when they couldn't get their way with like, endowment, National Endowment for Democracy funds or with civil society organizations, So it's just like hilarious to be like, oh, dude, they bought ads. Like, you're crazy. Anyway, the NED board of directors includes Elliot Abrams, whose sordid record runs from the Iran-Contra affair in the 80s to the Trump administration's efforts to overthrow the Venezuelan government. I love to be a leftist and have the exact same foreign policy approach that Elliot Abrams has, by the way. In 2013, because dude, they're gonna civilize. They're helping Ukraine and its and its civilizational power. Just Ukraine is a democracy and Russia is afraid. That's my favorite. My favorite take always is like, I mean, it's such a bullshit take. It's such like a fucking bottom of the barrel take where it's like, yeah, sweaty. It's actually because Ukraine is a robust and wonderful democracy. And that's actually why Russia wants to invade it, because they hate democracy. That's what it is. You're right. That's what's going on.
Even if Russia doesn't invade this time, they've gotten plenty of leverage out of the hostage negotiations. They can just keep repeating it if NATO doesn't stand its ground. Attacking into Russia's nukes is impossible, but the bleeding needs to be stopped.
Why did you change your attitude? Wait, I'm sorry. That's drastically different than the civil society take you had earlier. What happened? You were so horny. That same chatter who donated was the one who was like, actually, the American imperialist forces are a civilizing force on these fucking barbarians. And now you're saying even if Russia doesn't invade, they got plenty of leverage out of the hostage negotiations. What the fuck? What happened? But you said American imperialism was like the civilizing force, and now you're just saying, okay. You saying that people who disagree with you are State Department shills no different than the idiots saying you're pro-Putin? No, I think the people who disagree with me aren't State Department shills, even though they do sound like State Department shills because they've been duped into believing a certain narrative and a certain fucking framework that they operate off of because they only get a Western-centric attitude or Western-centric education on the inception and the need for NATO. That's it.
America should invade America, then kick.
Anyway, Elliot Abrams. NED President Carl Gershman wrote a piece in the Washington Post in 2013 that described Ukraine as the biggest prize in the East-West rivalry after the Obama administration. Nuland joined the NED board of directors before returning to the State Department in the Biden administration as an undersecretary of state for political affairs. One of the many recipients of NED money projects in Ukraine was the International Republican Institute. The IRI, once chaired by John motherfucking McCain, rest in piss, has a long hand in U.S. regime change operations during the protests that eventually brought down the government. McCain and other U.S. officials personally flew into Ukraine to encourage the protesters. You guys remember that? That's where I think that's where the famous, fucking photo comes from. Yeah, there he is.
Arizona and Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut.
Like, what are you doing there, John? Why is John McCain in Ukraine? Doesn't that strike you as odd? You guys think that you guys think that this is just, just, what's he doing there? What's going on? No? Let me tell you what he's not doing. Giving Americans health care. Not doing that. What's happening? Well, why is John McCain in Ukraine? So white boy summer? Is that what he's doing? Supporting freedom, you think? That's probably what he's doing. He's supporting freedom. Amy Klobuchar was girl bossing in Ukraine too, if you remember. It was John McCain and Amy Klobuchar, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. U.S. officials were caught picking the new government on February 6, 2014, as the anti-government protests were intensifying. An anonymous party, assumed by many to be Russia, leaked the call between the Assistant Secretary of State Nuland and the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Piot. The two officials discussed which opposition officials would staff a prospective new government, agreeing that Arsenyev Yatsenyuk, Nuland referred to him by the nickname Yats, should be in charge. It was also agreed that someone high profile be brought in to push things along. That someone was Joe Biden. Weeks later, on February 22nd, after a massacre by suspicious snipers, and this is really fucking sus. This part is like incredibly fucking sus. You listen to the TrueAnon conversation with the war nerd, then you probably heard about at least the the conversation or the call that leaked to the media at the time about the suspicious snipers that brought tensions to a head. The Ukrainian parliament quickly removed Yanukovych from office. In a constitutionally questionable maneuver, Yanukovych then fled the country, calling to the overthrow a coup. And Yatsenyuk became the prime minister. What a naive, emotionally potent, possibly bad faith attempt to simplify foreign policy. This idea that Russia isn't a threat is incredibly naive. Keep living in la la land, bozo. I love when people say you're oversimplifying foreign policy by offering historical context into what happened leading up to the moment that we're seeing. And then you follow it up by Russia is a danger. They're the evil villain in the story. Like, so you're like, oh, you don't want to oversimplify. You want my oversimplification. Like what I'm doing is actually offering you historical context. What you're doing is oversimplifying it and trying to say, hey, listen, like, I want you to say Russia is the villain and they're the scary ones. Yeah, with Ukrainian troops who are defending Ukraine against Russia. Cold New Year's Eve 2016. Note the presence of U.S. ambassador, now witness, Mary Yovanovitch, who was a pro and did good work with all. See McCain, Graham, and me. Twitter circulated photo marked up for good. No, for no good, I'm sure. Lindsey Graham, too. I love bipartisanship. How about you look for his... Wait, what do you mean? How about you look into historical context of Russia meddling in Ukraine for a change? Yanukovych is fucking...
Me over this 2 weeks ago.
Is pro-Russia.
I was heated.
We already mentioned
my
it.
Family's homeland.
We literally mentioned it.
I challenge you to a live debate about this.
Fuck do you mean?
Confident you should have no problem with...
What? I was heated. Ukraine is my family's homeland. I want to challenge you to a live debate about this. You're so confident you should have no problem with that? What do you think? If you give me $5, I'm going to fucking debate you? I don't give a shit. Oh, also, the other part of this is that the other part I was going to mention is like, what do you mean? Why do you think this happened? Because Yanukovych switched over from being pro-Western to to being pro-Russia. We already mentioned it. Thank you for the $5. I'm not going to debate you because I'm afraid. I'm afraid you will destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. Guys, listen to me. Listen to me. Not only did I already mention what you thought I was hiding, but also, you get that everywhere. Like I'm currently giving you a perspective that is not in mainstream media. I'm giving you a perspective that you are unfamiliar with, that you have never heard of. Okay? No, you're not. And you're pro-China, you're anti-Western society. Dude, yeah, that's right. Let's go, dude. Following says 20 hours ago says Coom tent. That's a good take, man. I am anti-Western society. That's unironically true. I am anti-West. I think Western imperialism has been disastrous. Historically and in contemporary society. That is true. I think there needs to be more balance in the world, for sure. My man said Western society. Let's continue.
Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut.
Oh, Chris Murphy is another one. Ooh, remember when Chris Murphy famously said Donald Trump wouldn't let us do the fucking coup? He's not good. He's so bad he wouldn't let us coup Venezuela. That Chris Murphy. Y'all remember what Chris Murphy, the Democrat, said that, dude? But hey, he's such a fucking brilliant, progressive dude. He was so anti-Trump. He was so good. Remember that, dude? I thought people thought you were a lazy reaction and not a VRD debate bro, lol. I'm not a fucking debate bro. I'm not. Wait, he never said that? What do you mean he never said that? Was it not Chris Murphy who said that? It definitely was him. Then it got real embarrassing in April 2019. We tried to organize a kind of coup, but it became a debacle. Everyone who told us they'd rally to Guaido got cold feet, and the plan failed publicly and spectacularly, making America look foolish and weak. That chatter, You need to suck me, okay? From the tip all the way to my anus, okay? Suck me all the way. At the time, okay, so at the time call leaked, and the media were quick to pounce on Nuland saying, fuck the EU. The comment dominated the headlines, while the evidence of U.S. regime change efforts was downplayed. With the headline, Russia claims U.S. is meddling over Ukraine, the New York Times put the facts of U.S. involvement in the mouth of an official enemy, blunting their impact on the audience. The Times later described the two officials as benignly talking about the political crisis in Kiev and sharing their views of how it might be resolved. The Washington Post acknowledged that the call showed a deep degree of U.S. involvement in affairs that Washington officially says are Ukraine's to resolve, but that fact rarely factored into the future coverage of Ukraine, U.S., and Russia relationships. Washington then used Nazis to help overthrow the government. We already talked about that. The right sector being like openly fucking straight up Nazis, fueled by far right and openly Nazi elements like the right sector. One far right group that grew out of the protest was the Azov Battalion. We talked about a bunch of times. Their leaders made up the vanguard of the anti-Yanukovych protests and even spoke at opposition events in the Maidan alongside U.S. regime change advocates like McCain and Nuland. After the violent coup, these groups were later incorporated into the Ukrainian armed forces, famously, which is what we've talked about before. The same armed forces that the U.S. has now given $2.5 billion to, though Congress technically restricted money from flowing to the Azov Battalion in 2018, when trainers on the ground say there's no mechanism to actually enforce the provision. Since the coup, the Ukrainian nationalist forces have been responsible for a wide variety of atrocities in the counterinsurgency war. Far-right influence has increased across Ukraine as well as Washington's actions. A recent UN Human Rights Council has noted that fundamental freedoms in Ukraine have been squeezed since 2014, further weakening the argument that the U.S. is involved in the country on behalf of liberal values. Shocked. I am shocked to tell you that the United States once again has flubbed. They always want to liberalize these places, and yet for some reason they just keep fucking finding themselves working alongside some of the most reactionary forces that do not give a fuck about liberalizing this society. What is happening with civil society? What the fuck? No! I'm shocked! We would never do that. We would never fund right-wing, fascist, reactionary, murderous militias that beef up the nationalistic rhetoric in a country in an effort to tackle a foreign adversary and their influence. We would never do that. We would never do that hot off the heels of an IMF deal that went awry. That would never happen historically. It just happened all the time. Always. Like, people just think anti-imperialism is just an aesthetic. Ryan Grimm's tweet, lol. I don't want to speak about The Intercept. Like, I love Ryan. I haven't talked to him personally about this, but I do know that Pierre Omidyar, the owner of The Intercept, the billionaire owner of The Intercept, has a lot of interest in Ukraine. He is one of those civil society Andes. So don't want to fucking, I don't know what Ryan has, what kind of take Ryan has on it. Let's continue. Among American neo-Nazis, there's even a movement aimed at encouraging right-wing extremists to join the battalion in order to gain actual combat experience in preparation for a potential civil war in the U.S. Recent UN vote on this was the best one. This is my favorite one. In a recent UN vote on combating glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, and other practices that contribute to the fueling of contemporary forms of racism, the U.S. and Ukraine were the only two countries to vote no. The Ukrainian vote against UN resolution against Nazism was motivated by sympathy for ideology of historic genocidal act of Nazis. It's simple as that, writes Craig Murray. Really interesting. Well, I thought it was 3 countries, not 2. Part of what radicalized me was those right sector Nazis murdering dozens of people in Odessa in 2014. Anyway, if Russia retakes Ukraine, what if it becomes a hotbed of corruption ruled by bickering oligarchs? We can't have that. Okay. It's an abstract moral problem, you neoliberal goblin. You guys make everything about your self-actualization because you're extremely privileged and never had the United States fuck your country up. NATO is an imperial weapon that shouldn't even exist to begin with. Anything that weakens its power and influence will be the net positive for the rest of the world. I agree with Rep. Dalo, but you shouldn't be so mean to people who are asking this question. It's like you're weighing on the moral scales of this conflict through a perspective that eliminates all background Russian interference. Okay, never mind. That person is being a neoliberal goblin. You were correct, Rep. Dalo, for calling them adequately what they are, which is a 7-month subscriber who happens to have, again, the exact same fucking takes that for some weird reason everyone in the media has. And for some weird reason everyone in the State Department has. It's just so odd. It's so strange. I don't know how that happened. Anyway. Let's continue. As FAIR has reported, between December 6, 2021 and January 6, 2022, the New York Times ran 222 articles that refer to Ukraine, but none of them reference the pro-Nazi elements in Ukraine's politics or government. The same can be said for Washington Post's 201 articles on the topic. There's a lot more to the Crimean annexation. The facts give more context to the Russian actions following the coup and ought to counter the caricature of the Russian Empire bent on expansion. From Russia's point of view, a longtime adversary has successfully overthrown a neighboring government using violent far-right extremists. The Crimean Peninsula, which was part of Russia until it was transferred to the Ukrainian Soviet Republic in 1954, is home to one of the 2 Russian naval bases with access to the Black and Mediterranean seas. That's the main reason, okay? Crimea... Bro, this is such a dumbass made-up crisis. All we have to do is shut the fuck up and let Ukraine and Russia figure it out. Lamau, why the fuck are we even involved in this shit? How the fuck does Ukraine have to do with me every day? Yeah, I know. By the way, I think Austin is literally here. Like, still here, but I don't know where he is. He's just in my house somewhere, just chilling by himself. I fear I have yelled at him or was a little aggressive when talking about this, but this is really important for me to fucking talk to you guys about, okay? I'm sorry. Anyway, but yes, like Crimea is Russia's access into the Black Sea, the fucking naval base for Russia. Important. That's the important geopolitical context for this as well. And one of history's most important maritime theaters, a Crimea controlled by a U.S.-backed Ukrainian government, was a major threat to Russian naval access. The peninsula, 82% of whose households speak Russian and only 2% mainly Ukrainian, held a plebiscite in March 2014 on whether or not they should join Russia or remain under the new Ukrainian government. The pro-Russia camp won with 95% of the vote. The UN General Assembly, led by the U.S., voted to ignore the referendum results on the grounds that it was contrary to Ukraine's constitution. The same constitution had been set aside to oust President Yanukovych a month earlier. None of this is seen in Western coverage. That's part of the reason why everyone always says, well, what about Crimea? What about Crimea? What about Crimea? This is what about Crimea, okay? Crimea fucking river, dog. The referendum itself is, of course, sussy. It's always sussy, but look to Crimea now. And remember, we're talking about literally, if we're talking about the ethnicity of people, when you talk about like all these other fucking regional autonomies, or all the other autonomous nations that are supposedly supposed to exist in places, and like all of our foreign adversaries are fucking destroying their interest in building like independent nation states. You fucking always have the take where it's like, oh, well, whatever. If there's a referendum, it's not real. It's not real enough. Venezuela, not real. Bolivian elections, not real. It's never real. Everything is always fake. But even if there was a fair referendum, if you think that like a country, an area that is predominantly fucking Russian is not going to want to be Russian, I don't know what to tell you. The U.S. wants to expand NATO. In addition to integrating Ukraine into the U.S.-dominated economic sphere, Western planners also want to integrate Ukraine militarily. For years, the U.S. has sought the expansion of NATO, an explicitly anti-Russian military alliance. A lot of you, by the way, who are fucking pro-NATO are unironically taking the position of George W. Bush in like 2004, okay? Which is when this conversation originally started, when George W. Bush said, we should let Georgia and also Ukraine into NATO, which is weird. Just remember that you are literally taking the position, which of course is the exact same for the fucking Biden administration. Of course, it's the exact same for fucking Barack Obama. Of course, it's the exact same for, you know, Donald Trump as well. Actually, I don't know. Donald Trump is like a blip on the radar. Who knows? But that's it. Like you're like, does that not surprise you? Does that not come across as weird to you? That like you have the same take as George W. Bush? Like you have the same foreign policy that you say you're like a 17-year-old queer Zoomer fucking anarchist on the internet, okay? Or you're a hammer and sickle fucking leftist on the internet and you're like, I agree with George Bush on American foreign policy. That's not literally whataboutism. That is not whataboutism. That is American imperialism being so fundamentally important to the core identity of American exceptionalists that even American leftists who think they're anti-imperialists unironically are like tapped into the fucking main vein and can't see anything other than that. You agree with Vladimir Putin? Is he the exact same shit, bro? No, you fucking idiot. You want to know why it's not the same? Because I'm not Russian. I'm American. You are American, you dumb bitch. That's the point. You're American and you think you are not only an American, but an American that has an ideologically diverse position, a heterodox position on American foreign policy. You're not just any American, you're an American leftist. You call yourself an American leftist. You call yourself an American leftist, and yet you cannot shake the American exceptionalist foreign policy dogma. You cannot shake the American exceptionalist hegemony when it comes to our foreign policy positions. And that's precisely why I always say there's bipartisan support for this. Democrats do the same thing, but just more gay, okay? That's it. And you, as an American leftist, have an opportunity to see this from a different lens when it's happening in front of your fucking eyes. But you can't. You can't. Just like you can't see the top of the hour ad break coming right now. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can subscribe for $5. Or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. That's right. Son is literally Tucker Carlson with a choker. I'm Tucker Carlson. You think I have the same identical ideas about American foreign policy as Tucker Carlson? When Tucker Carlson talks about me on his broadcast, there's crosshairs on my face. What a stupid, pathetic, idiotic fucking take. No, you're just both hot. Anyway, the other way to also avoid the ads is by Adam something was right. You are a Russian shell and a mouthpiece for FSB. Maybe instead of running the one-sided arguments, you should run the top of the hour ad for your corpo overlords. Thank you, Bishop Duma. Top of the hour ad break comes for all, by the way. Here it is. How is your arguments different from Kremlin propaganda? I don't know. I don't know what fucking Kremlin propaganda is. I can't speak on Kremlin propaganda because I don't know what the fuck the Kremlin propaganda is. But these aren't arguments. This is just what has happened. So if you look to what has happened in Ukraine, okay, from not an ameroid brain-infested fucking lens, and you look to that and you say, well, that's Kremlin propaganda, then you're just a Rachel Maddow liberal. Like, shut the fuck up. The U.S. wants to expand NATO. This part of it is important historically. We've talked about it already. In addition to integrating Ukraine into the U.S.-dominated economic sphere, Western planners also want to integrate Ukraine militarily. They've always wanted this. NATO was originally built as a counterforce to the Warsaw Pact during the Cold War. But after the demise of the Soviet Union, the U.S. promised the new Russia that it was plundering at the time that it would not expand NATO east of Germany. That's crazy. What? They never said that. They never said that. Come on, dude. What? What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? No shot, bro. Hold up. What? No. Oh, that's weird. That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? How did that happen? How did all that happen? Did they just did a cat run over the keyboard and all those nations just accidentally got added to the pile? Probably, right? Oops, all NATO, like Cap and Crunch. Despite this agreement, the U.S. continued building out its military alliance, growing closer and closer to Russia's borders and ignoring Russia's objections. This history is sometimes admitted, but usually downplayed in the corporate media. In an interview with the Washington Post, Professor Mary Sorote, author of Not 1 Inch, America, Russia, and the Making of Post-Cold War Stalemate, recounted that after the Soviet collapse, Washington realized that it could not only win big, but win bigger. Not 1 inch of territory needed to be off limits to full NATO membership. The U.S. all-or-nothing approach to expansionism maximized conflict with Moscow, she noted. Unfortunately, one interview does little to cut through the drumbeat of pro-NATO talking points. In 2008, NATO members pledged to extend membership to Ukraine. The removal of the pro-Russian government in 2014 was a giant leap towards the pledge becoming a reality. Recently, NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg announced that the alliance stands by plans to integrate Ukraine into the alliance. Brett Stevens of the New York Times maintained that if Ukraine wasn't allowed to join the organization, it would break the spine of NATO and end Western alliance as we have known it since the Atlantic Charter. It would destroy NATO. Good. The U.S. wouldn't tolerate what Russia is expected to accept. Putin won't stop with Ukraine, experts warn. So when you motherfuckers say, when you hear the dumbass fucking takes in the chat, oh my God, Vladimir Putin, he's going to fucking invade Europe. He's going to invade Europe. He's going to invade Europe. Know that it's because they read something in American news that is saying that. Okay? A successful invasion of Russia could embolden Russia to engage in cyber attacks, election meddling, and influence campaigns. Much has been written about the Russian buildup on the Ukrainian border. Reports of the buildup have been intensified by U.S. intelligence officials warning of an attack. Media often echo the claim of an inevitable invasion. The Washington Post editorial board wrote that Putin can and will use any measures the United States and its NATO allies either take or refrain from taking as a pretext for aggression. Just ignore the 100,000 troops on the border. Whose border? Oh, you mean the Russian border? Got it. Interesting. But Putin has been clear about a path to de-escalation. His main demand has been for direct negotiations to end the expansion of hostile military alliance to his borders. He announced, "We have made it clear to NATO's move to the east is unacceptable." This is true, and this is understandable. This is an understandable fucking take. And that the United States is standing with missiles on our doorstep, Putin asked. How would the Americans react if missiles were placed at the border with Canada or Mexico? Good question. In corporate media coverage, no one bothers to ask this important question. Instead, the assumption is that Putin ought to tolerate a hostile military alliance directly across his border. The U.S., it seems, is the only country allowed to have a sphere of influence. The New York Times asks, can the West stop Russia from invading Ukraine, but shrugs at the dismissal of Putin's terms as non-starters? Some analysts reported, according to the Washington Post, some analysts have expressed worry that the Russian leader is making demands that he knows Washington will reject, possibly as a pretext for military action once he is spurned. Like, why? Why is that a non-starter that, like, Ukraine should not be a part of NATO? Understandable if you want to invade former Eastern Bloc countries. Yeah, totally. You're right. That's what they want to do. You're right. Anyway, I'm wrong. Russia is not allowed to have military presence at its border in the wake of an aggressive, like multinational anti-Russia coalition gearing up. Okay? They're not allowed to have that, but America is allowed to send troops and routinely say, you know, we're going to fucking send more troops. We're going to send troops. We're going to send troops. We're going to fuck you guys up. And we're going to put that country that's in your border, the country that is on your border into this aggressive coalition and turn that country into a military base and also sanctions. So, like, you know, just remember that, you know, there's two sides to every story. It's kind of weird. The New York Times asks, can the West stop Russia from invading Ukraine? When was the last time NATO invaded Russia? No, NATO only fucking, saves smaller nations like Afghanistan and Libya and numerous other countries that they operate in. That's what NATO is good for. When's the last time NATO invaded Russia? Oh, totally, dude. They would never. So then it shouldn't exist then. Got it. Pro-NATO leftism is what happens when a sociology major attempts to chime in on foreign affairs. Okay. Can the West stop Russia from invading Ukraine but shrugs at the U.S. dismissal of Putin's as non-starters? Audiences have also been assured that Putin's reaction to Western expansionism is just... Cool video I got linked by Barry Weiss Substack. Piker's content is very popular and has incidentally made him quite rich. He recently bought himself a $2.7 million house. And this week was featured in a cool video picking up his $2,000 Porsche soundtrack, la la la, wait till I get my money. The old catchphrase champagne socialist doesn't do this one justice. He's not stealing from anyone a la BLM, whose shadiness and financial corruption seems truly without end. Piker's adoring fans just give him money to keep talking about how awful money is. And so we salute this thriving young capitalist. Speaking of cool kids, Gen Z. Damn, dude. Bovine Barry. At it again. A handsome, very charismatic 30-year-old. Oh, love that. Almost done with this. The memory hole. All this missing context allows Hawks for their last part, sorry. But taking this view is diplomatic malpractice. Putin won't stop with Ukraine. Anatol Levin, an analyst of the Quincy Institute, wrote that the U.S. acquiescence to a neutral Ukraine would be a golden bridge that, in addition to reducing U.S.-Russia tensions, could enable a political solution to Ukraine's civil war. This restraint-oriented policy is considered fringe thinking in the Washington foreign policy establishment. Yeah, no restraint. Do not allow Russia and Ukraine to fucking normalize relationships. Do not do that, because that is a problem. Here's the memory hole. The West ought to stand firm, even if it means another Russian invasion of Ukraine, because even though the human toll will be extensive, the long-term damage suffered by Moscow is likely to be substantial as well, says John Denny, Wall Street Journal. Hey, long-term human toll, by the way. You know who's dying there? Not Americans. Not John Denny. Hey, people LARPing as Ukrainians. Who do you think dies? Who's the human toll for? Think it's Russians? Sure. Or who do you think the other side of that conflict is? What's going on there? Anybody got an idea on what why the foreign policy blob is like talking about it in such terms? All this missing context allows Hawks to promote disastrous escalation of tensions. The Wall Street Journal published an opinion piece trying to convince readers there was a strategic advantage to risking war in Ukraine. The piece by John Denny of the U.S. Army War College summarized the familiar hawkish talking points and claimed that a neutral Ukraine is anathema to Western values of national self-determination and sovereignty. And who is killing them? Russians, not us. What the fuck does this take? Exactly. Who's killing them? The Afghan communist government and the USSR military forces, and the Mujahideen. They're killing each other, not us. We don't have anything to do with it. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's crazy. What? Wild. Not whataboutism, by the way, Kappa. Dude. That's not whataboutism. That is American foreign policy. That's history. That is exactly what we have done and what we are doing. Not everything is whataboutism. You can't say, I don't like your argument. I don't like the historical context that you are showing to me and the historical comparisons that you're giving to me about the same fucking country, the same two countries warring with one another. I don't like that. I don't like your argument, so I'm just going to say whataboutism. That's not whataboutism. Where did you learn how to debate? I'm not turning around and saying, I don't know, what about fucking Peru? Dumbass. I'm talking about what America has done. You gave an example and you said, well, the difference between like Ukraine and Russia, blah, 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 like Americans are not involved. Who's doing the killing? Russia is. Yeah, but you also recognize that from a historical perspective when you think about Afghanistan, which is an identical, nearly identical fucking thing that we did there. That's not whataboutism. You can't be like, well, your argument makes me feel bad because it makes me question my beliefs. So now I'm going to say whataboutism. You can't do that. In a modern rendition of Zbigniew Brzezinski's Afghan Trap, oh, there you go. They're literally saying the exact same thing. Then he asserted that the war in Ukraine could actually serve U.S. interests by weakening Russia. Y'all fucking love talking about Bebela 9/11, Bebela 8/21 in this fucking chat. But when that exact same fucking thing is happening, how many times have we talked about this? How many times have we talked about the fucking flex? The Brzezinski flex. About arming the Mujahideen and goading them. Lethal aid, baby. Lethal fucking aid. It's the same policy. It's the same fucking policy. The difference is these guys are Slavs. They're not fucking, Pashtun, or they're not Afghan. They're Slavs. That's the only difference. Arming the Azov battalion is no different than arming the fucking Mujahideen, which is a collection of different ideologies, but getting goaded and excited to fucking, push back against an authoritarian, at the time, authoritarian communist government in Afghanistan. Such a war, however disastrous, would forge an even stronger anti-Russian consensus across Europe, refocusing NATO against the main enemy, result in economic sanctions that would further weaken Russia's economy, and sap the strength and morale of Russia's military while undercutting Mr. Putin's domestic popularity, thus escalating tensions in a win-win for Washington. This is really, really fucking, incredibly violent, but it's also incredibly honest. This is the American take. I disagree with HasanAbi on this fairly strongly, but even I am tired of the Stunlock. This is not a Stunlock, dude. This is what I do. How can you look at this as a Stunlock? This is one of the most comprehensive fucking articles that I've ever covered on this issue. From top to bottom. Then everything is a Stunlock. Oh man, Hasan talking about fucking, I don't know, Black Lives Matter again. Oh, Hasan talking about systemic racism. What a Stunlock. The Stunlock is when you come in and say, well, you're offering this context, but it's actually whataboutism. And then I fucking turn in to describe what whataboutism is. That's the Stunlock. Few of the recent wave of Ukraine pieces recount the crucial history given above, including the truth about U.S. foreign policy goals in the post-Cold War era that makes the current picture look a lot less one-sided. Imagine for 1 second how the U.S. would behave if Putin began trying to add a U.S. neighbor to a hostile military alliance after helping overthrow its government. Imagine what would happen. Never happened historically. Can't imagine that. Except, did happen. The economic imperative for opening foreign markets, the NATO drive to push up against Russia, the U.S. support for the 2014 coup, and the direct hand in shaping the new government all need to be pushed down the memory hole if the official line is to have any credibility. Absent of all of that, it's easy to accept the fiction that Ukraine is a battleground between a rule-based order and Russian autocracy. And it's always the same. It's like we live under a two-party capitalist system where both of our neoliberal bourgeois parties only uphold bourgeois interests. And if democracy was a real thing, we would quite literally have healthcare, right? In America. All of you are leftists, you know this, right? But we can't have that. But that other place, those are authoritarian. They're very different. They're very different. This is a clash of Western liberal democracies and authoritarian governance of the East. No. Government rules you no matter what, okay? Doesn't matter if they're a one-party system. Doesn't matter if they're a one-party system like China. Doesn't matter if they are a multi-party system with ineffective, feckless fucking controlled opposition parties, some of which die suspiciously, big polonium outbreaks, who knows? And it doesn't matter if it's a two-party system where neither party ever have a disagreement on important material issues that impact the American daily lives of the American working class. You just have this idea that you have a choice. Okay? And by the way, when I say this is what the government does, don't misunderstand me. I'm not a fucking anarchist, Cal Coomingham. I think this is a necessity. And I think in some ways, the neoliberal method of control is the better one. The idea of having a multi-party system is the better. Giving people the illusion of freedom, the illusion of choice is a good way to control the masses. Because the masses, unfortunately, they are always going to be controlled. There is no fucking future utopia where everybody is, uniquely brilliant and knows exactly what is best for everyone. That's what the government's supposed to do. It's supposed to take care of you when you don't know how to take care of yourself. That's what a government does. That's what I believe in. I've always believed in this. Wait, what? Straight up. If you're going to have a government, that's what the government's going to do. It's going to tell you, oh, you're not taking the vaccine? Well, we're forcing you to take the vaccine. Love when Hasan is anti-communist to own the anarchists. Bro, I'm a human being that recognizes that, of course, there needs to be a fucking government that sometimes tells you, no, you can't do that. Oh, you want to do rapes? You can't do that. I'm the government. No, you're not doing that. Okay, I don't think we can just like organize coalitions to fucking finger wag the pedophile rapists away. Okay, that doesn't mean that we should have such a draconian, awful, reactionary prison system. Okay, because not everyone in the fucking prison system in the American prison industrial complex is a fucking rapist. But ultimately, there is still a necessity for law and order. Okay. This is anarchist slander. Not the SJW, but can we cool on comparisons to rape? Wait, what? I'm not making a comparison to rape. I'm directly talking about rape. What the fuck do you mean? I'm talking about rape as a crime. Dummy. Did you just hear rape and then your brain shut off? Like, you know that's a crime. Anyway. Let's continue. In the Washington Post editorial board recently compared negotiating with Putin, appraising Hitler in Munich. It called on Biden to resist Putin's trumped-up demands on Ukraine, lest he destabilize all of Europe to autocratic Russia's advantage. This wasn't the only time the paper has made a Munich analogy. In 21, they ran a piece by former George W. Bush speechwriter Mike Thyssen, headlined on Ukraine, Biden is channeling his inner Neville Chamberlain. Remember, appeasement. You're doing appeasement. You're doing appeasement. You're doing appeasement. I love this. Russia illegally took Crimea. Obviously, there's still a hostile power. Illegal to what? Illegal to who? Who is it illegal to? You? To the Ukrainians? What about the people living in Crimea that are predominantly Russian? Well, those guys? No, doesn't matter. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Like, actually shut the fuck up. International law? Yeah, suck my dick, international law. That is a way more justifiable encroachment than fucking, like, Israel taking over parts of Syria. What are you, insane? Get the fuck out of here, international law. Or how are you a leftist and you're saying international law? Are you fucking stupid? When has international law ever been a thing other than Western nations to avoid and use against who they consider to be foreign adversaries? What the fuck are you talking about? International law? International law? Are you fucking stupid? International law has never been a thing. It's just a way for the Western imperialist forces to fucking weaponize. All right, I'm out. Yeah, okay. Okay, dude. We already talked about it. The peninsula, 82% of whose households speak Russian and only 2% mainly Ukrainian, had a referendum. Hasan gets louder when challenged. Dude, that PVC pipe, brilliant. Brilliant fucking analysis that I'm getting upset and emotional when we talk about some of the most basic concepts with respect to American foreign policy and imperialism and, you know, historical materialism, all that. Like, this is wild. So you think there should be no laws? I never said that. I just said that the laws, the way that international laws works historically and in contemporary society. Why are you defending imperialism? No country is justified in invading any other country. Dude, you are being fucking ridiculous, dude. Organize a referendum in Kurdistan. Bitch, I am an advocate for fucking a nation state for the 35 million Kurds that live in diaspora. What the fuck kind of dumb shit is this? Suck my cock, dummy. Oh, you really got me there, dude. You really fucking... Ooh, you did that. Who's doing whataboutism now, by the way? Hey, remember, guys. Remember, when I talk about fucking the actual history between two fucking warring nations and how America has done historically, how America has done imperialism and how it's doing it now, that's whataboutism. But immediately, motherfuckers are like, okay, what about Kurdistan? That is whataboutism. What you're doing there is whataboutism. And also, the main reason why I'm fucking upset is because it's just a somber reminder that people simply have not learned anything. Like, they're just aesthetically leftist. They claim that they're fucking leftist, but like, they don't understand that these are complex issues. And like, you can't just look at what the Washington Post is writing and repeat it. And it's incredibly frustrating to fucking hear this from my community that I thought I had adequately fucking educated. And I think you guys are smarter than, you know, the 99% of Americans when it comes to things that happened in the past. Okay? Because you get all that stuff, but when it comes to that analysis being applicable to contemporary shit, we have to advance from fucking Twitter. Shit throwing war with Ukraine makes us the world police and does nothing for our working class, gives Raytheon and sells arms to both sides in the war get richer. Yeah. Does every leftist have to agree with the annexation of Crimea? Is that your take? No, but if you hear that, like, if you understand the ethnic background, the demographics of Crimea and its historical importance for Russia, then it should be more understandable for you to say, hey, listen, like, even before fucking Crimea was with Ukraine, Russia still had bases there. And that the people of ethnicity means nothing? What do you mean ethnicity means nothing? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Now it doesn't mean anything? I thought we hated fucking what China was doing. How can you hold on to the fucking idea that like Xinjiang is a Uyghur territory historically because it was, you know, 500, 600 fucking years ago, and that's why China is doing actual fucking genocide. But then turn around and you're like, well, these ethnic people who are Russian cannot actually be a part of Russia. They have to be a part of Ukraine. What the fuck are you mean? What do you mean?
I want to do a video.
No, I don't want to watch this, but yeah. Crimea had an autonomous government and prime minister who asked for Russian troops after the coup in Ukraine, and the anti-Russian language laws radio free. The Russia move comes from after Putin's office says Moscow will not ignore a March 1 request for peacekeeping support made by Serhiy Aksyonov, the pro-Russian prime minister of Ukraine's Crimea region. And to solve that land dispute, there should be a better process than a dodgy referendum. You will never admit to a referendum. You don't admit to you will never recognize a referendum. No matter what happens, because one, you don't recognize that referendum that already happened, and two, you don't recognize that, like, it doesn't matter what the fucking referendum is when literally the fucking ethnic background of Crimea is entirely different than Ukraine. You keep comparing Ukraine to fucking the rest of Ukraine to Crimea. On his right in his take, I think he's being reasonable because he's not born American. He's not. I am born in America, but he's not blinded with American imperialism propaganda like some of you. I didn't grow up here though. There were referendums in the 90s and 2000s in which pro-joining Russia position won, but it's a dumb take to reference a vote that took place under a hostile military occupation. Yes, the referendum itself inherently is just another way to fucking pad the deck. The point is not the referendum. The point is that the majority, the overwhelming majority of those people are Russian. Like, it's not the fucking same as saying they're like annexing territory. You're trying to make a comparison to fucking Ukraine. Anyway, let's finish this out. In the New York Times, Trump NSC aide Alexander Vindman told readers how the United States can break Putin's hold on Ukraine and urged the Biden administration to send active troops to the country. A free and sovereign Ukraine, he said, is vital in advancing U.S. interests against those of Russia and China. New York Times major feature on Ukraine, the U.S. role bringing tensions to the point was completely omitted in favor of exclusively blaming Russian belligerents. As a result of this coverage, the interventionist mentality has trickled down to the public. One poll found that Russia should actually invade Ukraine. 50% of Americans support embroiling in the U.S. in yet another quagmire, up from just 30% in 2014. Biden, however, has said that no U.S. troops will be sent to Ukraine. Instead, the United States and EU have threatened sanctions or support for a rebel insurgency should Russia invade. That's why they're sending lethal aid. The past few weeks have seen several failed talks between the U.S. and Russians as the U.S. refuses to alter its plans for Ukraine, and the United States Congress is rushing a lethal aid package to send more weapons to the troubled border. Perhaps if the public were better informed, there would be more domestic pressure on Biden to end the brinksmanship and seek a genuine solution to the problem. But unfortunately, in the post 9/11 American context, the media is wholeheartedly in support of war always. They are completely in the pocket of the American military-industrial complex. And they repeat State Department propaganda hook, line, and sinker. That's it. That's why you, even on the fucking internet, on independent outlets like Twitch, on a fucking out and about socialist, anti-imperialist broadcast, come in here and repeat American State Department propaganda. That's how fucking disastrous and awful the anti-war initiative has become. It's crazy. You will have an easier time convincing people by presenting a cohesive counterview of what the world should look like instead of a U.S.-led vision of foreign policy. I mean, they're going to say that's utopian. That's why I have a more realpolitik approach to this sort of shit, which is why I say there needs to be, look, dude, I just did I literally just did a like 3-hour broadcast specifically on this, offering historical context and everything else. And this motherfucker just goes, meh, you just wrong on this one. Defeated. I am defeated. I can't do anything. Anyway, the White House is urging Americans to leave now, by the way. Okay, I'm going to go try to find where Austin is, but before we do that, here is forward warning of severe consequences for the Ottawa thing, and we're going to talk about the Canada thing again.
Ottawa. I call it a siege because that's what it is.
I got to pee as well.
It's an illegal occupation. This is no longer a protest. With a protest, you peacefully make your point and you go back home. And I know that the vast majority of the people did that. They came, they peacefully demonstrated, they made their point, and they left. My message to those still in Ottawa, to those at our border crossings, please go home. To those of you who have brought your children, please take them home. I urge you, it's time to leave. And it's time to do so peacefully. But to the very small groups who have chosen to take a different path, to those who have chosen to take a city of 1 million people hostage for the past 2 weeks, to those who've attempted to disrupt our way of life by targeting our lifeline for food, fuel, and goods across our borders, to those trying to force a political agenda through disruption, intimidation, and chaos. My message to you is this: your right to make a political statement does not outweigh the right of hundreds of thousands of workers to earn their living. It does not outweigh our right to get food across our borders. Your right to make a political statement does not outweigh the rights of 1 million people in Ottawa to live peacefully, free of harassment and chaos in their own homes. So let me be as clear as I can. There will be consequences for these actions, and they will be severe.
I don't know if Austin left or not. I can't find him in the house. Funny update on the Canadian cowboy. Oh no, 18 naked cowboys. Scoop, Canadian leftists using Ram Rancher 2012 porno metal song about 18 gay cowboys to troll the anti-vax truckers and disrupt convoy communications in Zello and Telegram. House so big he lost the whole person? No, literally, I don't know where he is. We're going to talk about this as well, by the way, the Afghan bank seizure and how disgusting it is. You know what? Actually, I think it actually... Austin! Honestly, I think I could see... You just leave your front door open and unlock for your friends to come and go? No, I have automated controls. Before we get to Canada, let's talk about this. Here it is. Biden administration is effectively confiscating Afghans' financial reserves, money that belongs to ordinary Afghans, and splitting it between 9/11 victims litigation and humanitarian aid contractors. This is so gross. And every single person that is involved in this process every single person that is involved in this process should be jailed. Straight up. What is this? As part of our ongoing work to address the humanitarian and economic crisis in Afghanistan, President Biden signed an executive order to help enable certain U.S.-based assets belonging to Afghanistan Central Bank, DAB, the Afghanistan Bank, be used to benefit the Afghan people. The EO will block property of DAB held in the United States by U.S. financial institutions and require U.S. financial institutions to transfer this property into a consolidated account. And the administration will seek to facilitate access to the $3.5 billion of those assets for the benefit of the Afghan people and for Afghans' future pending a judicial decision. Many U.S. victims of terrorism, including relatives of victims who died in the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, have brought claims against the Taliban and are pursuing DAB assets in federal court. Guys, international law? What about international law? Yo, are you here? Did you leave? Oh, okay. All right, well. Okay. I gotta go. I just was checking in because I couldn't find you in the house. No. You can come whenever. I'm still talking about American foreign policy, but like, we're gonna move on from it soon. No. I'm done with Ukraine. Now I'm talking about the Afghan bank that the American government seized. Okay. All right. Bye. No, he's not here. I thought he was, but he's not. Hasan, that's not comparable with outside observers. What? What are you saying? Wait, the very same person that said that like the Crimean referendum is unacceptable and should not be should be subject to international law is now saying it's not actually comparable, that America was able to seize the Afghan bank and its money so they can give it to what? So they can fucking give it to like the victims of 9/11 funds and shit? What the fuck does Afghanistan have to do with 9/11? Why do you feel like this is criminal? This is the one bank robbery where like there are actual victims. You understand? This is Afghanistan. This is the people of Afghanistan's own money. And America's like, nah, we're not giving it back to you. We're going to give it to whoever the fuck we want. The NGOs. And also, the international law would allow a seizure of state assets under the UNILC doctrine of state responsibility if it could legally make out a primary breach of law. Good luck here. It would not allow a private lawsuit against the state, though. That's not even true. America allowed, under the Obama administration, first of all, international law doesn't mean anything. America can do whatever the fuck it wants. There is no international law. We wrote it and we use it against our enemies. But the original reason why the 9/11 like the 9/11, like being able to sue states that were responsible for 9/11 was so that they could fucking sue Saudi Arabia. Not so they could sue random countries that have nothing to do with 9/11. The fuck did what the fuck did the Taliban do with 9/11? That's not, they didn't do shit. And more importantly, you can't collectively punish like everyone in Afghanistan. Even if Taliban did something, you can't collectively punish every single person in Afghanistan for the crimes of the Taliban. That's fucking insane. What the fuck? I think there are people who are so horny to like fucking disagree with me on Ukraine that they just straight up are taking the State Department propaganda on this one as well. Hook, line, and sinker. This is like, or there's just like actual fucking like NATO entities who just think that this is appropriate. I'm gonna be honest, like, you can be a fucking idiotic NATO defender, leftist or whatever. You're not a real leftist, but it doesn't matter. We can have a disagreement on that. But if you tell me this is in any way, shape, or form appropriate, you're getting banned immediately. I don't give a fuck if you've been here for 25 months. I will literally ban you without even a moment's notice. I do not care. I do not want you to be in this community. You are a bloodthirsty monster. Insane. Many U.S. victims of terrorism, including relatives of victims who died on September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, have brought claims against the Taliban and are pushing DAB assets in federal court. Because some of these plaintiffs currently have writs of execution against DAB assets, the court will need to issue further decision regarding the scope of those writs. Even if funds are transferred for the benefit of the Afghan people, more than $3.5 billion in DAB assets would remain in the United States and are subject to ongoing litigation by U.S. victims of terrorism. Plaintiffs will have full opportunity to have their claims heard in court. There's enough food in Afghanistan to feed everyone. The issue is the currency crisis triggered by depriving access to the central bank's own funds. This effectively makes it permanent and will kill huge numbers of innocent people, none of whom had anything to do with 9/11. If Trump had done this, it would have been the most outrageous and vicious foreign policy thing he did during his entire presidency by far, almost incomprehensible. Actually, it's money that belongs to ordinary Americans. It was basically American taxpayer money. American taxpayer money was used to build mansions for contractors in Virginia. This money actually belongs to Afghans and represents what little they have. I cannot think of anything more cruel than to take away the $3.5 billion. Like, they have nothing. Like, that's how fucking poor this country is. And we still took it. Last week, Representative Jayapal introduced an amendment to study the consequences of seizing the Afghan Central Bank assets and sanctioning its governments. Every Republican and 44 Democrats voted no, by the way. I fucking hate this country. I hate this government. I hate all of these bloodthirsty maniacs. If there was truly a God, a just God, an omnipotent God, they would all be burning in fucking hell. Okay? They would be stepping on Legos every day of their lives until they fucking burn in hell and rotting in eternal damnation for the horrific actions that they have taken against innocent human beings on a daily fucking basis. Okay? How do you watch this and not understand why people fucking say death to America? How? How do you not see this? This is one of the most unacceptable things that we do openly, and the Democratic Party agrees with it, and the Republicans agree with it too. You don't have to just be a fucking racist asshat, okay? You don't have to just say racist fucking things for all of you dumb liberals to understand, okay? It's ruthless, it's violent, it's bloody, it's disgusting. And the victims are innocent Afghan citizens that have been fucked over by American foreign policy, by other regional leaders for so many fucking years, dude. Holy shit. On Friday, President Joe Biden announced that the U.S. will seize half the Afghan Central Bank assets in its possession and divert the other half to relief groups. The result will be an ongoing humanitarian catastrophe and the destruction of economic activity in Afghanistan, which aid money will do so little to solve. By the way, and I will say this with my entire chest, this is infinitely more violent than the Taliban. Okay? What they are doing here, what the American dogs are doing here, is infinitely more destructive and endlessly more violent and cruel than what the Taliban could even imagine to begin to do. Okay? America is the leading terror state on this planet. We are the biggest terrorist organization on this fucking planet. What is this if not terror? The endless subjugation that Afghan people are having to face as a consequence of just being victims of imperialism. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. The rest of the world hates us for this fucking reason. Okay? It's so valid. It's so justifiable to fucking despise this dog shit government, this dog shit fucking country with its dog shit, disgusting, infested hog, pig, basically fucking half human dickheads who uphold the system and think it's good. You're a pig. Remember, guys, we care about the Afghan women, sweaty, you know, until you're fucking stealing their money. Until you're holding their government's money captive, you fucking piece of shit. You built the Taliban. You gave the Taliban as a counterbalance to the fucking USSR. You gave the Taliban to Afghanistan once. You fought the Taliban and under false pretenses. Then you fucking gave Afghanistan back to the Taliban. Then you took all their money. And then motherfuckers are like, why are you upset about NATO, bro? What the fuck? Why are you upset about NATO, bro? Like, why do you think, bro? You think this country that did this has honest intentions about promoting liberal democracy in Ukraine by turning NATO into this? That's what they want to do. They want to do this to Ukraine. Okay? They want to use Ukraine as a fucking pawn in the exact same way that they used Afghanistan. And some of you dumb motherfuckers are like, oh my God, like, I don't understand. You're so stupid. It's like about autonomy. It's about sovereignty. Shut the fuck up.
And government that according to aid organizations, starvation could kill 1 million children this winter. American policymakers deserve to have a complete and comprehensive picture of what is occurring in Afghanistan.
Members will record their vote by electronic device.
Congressman, do you have a minute to talk about Afghanistan? Are you concerned at all about sanctions and humanitarian suffering there?
Running late, sorry.
Congressman, do you have a minute to talk about Afghanistan?
Real quick, yeah.
I believe you voted against that amendment. I mean, do you think that we should be studying the humanitarian suffering there?
I mean, I think we should study the humanitarian suffering everywhere. Obviously, humanitarian suffering all over this planet, right? I'm not in favor of giving money that I'm pretty confident will end up in the hands of the Taliban.
Congresswoman, can I ask you a question about Afghanistan?
Not about Afghanistan?
What about the shameful withdrawal?
Well, that's a pretty big deal too.
Members that were killed, about the drone strike that killed.
Actually, about the millions of children that were starving.
Why don't you go talk to Biden?
I think that matters too, and it's the Biden administration that's doing this.
We're talking about the precipice of a massive famine, or one that's going on, and we have a responsibility to make sure that that our foreign policy doesn't contribute to that.
You have no time to talk about the starving children in Afghanistan. When will you have time?
My office and arrange today.
You don't have.
So I want to know how do they feel about Taliban destroying the sovereignty and the sanctity of the Afghan women? What's up? Where's that? Where are they at now? Where are all the outlets that wrote articles about how we have to maintain troop presence in Afghanistan so that, the liberalization of Afghanistan can continue? Remember, guys, not so different than what you know. Not so different than what you've heard, huh? So strange. So fucking strange. The civil society of Afghanistan needs to be maintained. It needs to be preserved, right? Right, guys? Isn't the Taliban just a government now? Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's just a quick explanation. Why did you vote against reviewing sanctions and freezing of assets that's starving millions of people? Aren't the lives of millions of children worth more than that? Do you have any thoughts about the sanctions and the freezing of assets in Afghanistan that are starving millions of Afghans? You don't have any concern? Does it weigh on your conscience at all that thousands of children are starving right now while we sit on our hands? Congresswoman, can I ask why you voted against an amendment to review the sanctions on Afghanistan last week? Just a brief explanation of the vote. Nothing? It's not worth your time at all?
Sorry, I'm making food. No, Austin is here. Well, not here, but he's gonna be back soon. Unbelievable. Every time I see that these fuckers refuse to talk or explain their actions. Yeah, why the fuck would they? Wait, why is the media not playable? Did they delete this? Wait, why did they delete this? Wait, what the fuck happened? I wonder why they deleted it. Very strange. Twitter has been acting up all day. That's true. Twitter has been really weird. What the fuck? I'm just straight up. I am delayed right now. I don't know why.
It doesn't work.
That move when the manager ducked under the table has me crying, laughing. This is against my HIPAA law.
I want to talk to the manager. Okay, 1 second. Hi, how can I help you? What the fuck is your problem? I just my problem. It's just you. You came in here acting like you own the place. I want to rent a yacht. Does it look like you have yachts? I see them all around there. We don't have any yachts for rent. I see them. Whose yachts Ma'am.
This is fake. This is fake.
Give me that.
This is fake.
Done, and I need.
This is fake. You got duped. Yep, it's definitely fake. So fake. God, I hate these phonies, man. The U.S. expects the invasion to begin next week. 6 U.S. and Western officials tells me. Secretary of State said it last night. U.S. officials anticipate a horrific, bloody campaign that begins 2 days of aerial bombardment, electronic warfare, followed by an invasion with the possible goal of regime change. What the fuck? That's fake too, right? Yes, it is fake. Definitely. That's incredibly specific intel. Sounds like they may know more than maybe even the Russians do. Forgive me, but ever since they pulled the kind of false flag about WMDs in Iraq, to me, everything they say sounds fishy. Didn't the National Security Advisor... Yeah, where is the... Give me the tweet. Didn't I see that? Hold on. We have officially triggered the risk reduction mechanism in accordance with paragraph 3 of the Vienna document that requested Russia to provide detailed explanations of military activities in the areas adjacent to the territory of Ukraine and temporarily occupied Crimea. According to the Vienna document... Oh, he changed his mind? Asked about my earlier reporting, Jake Sullivan says the U.S. has not concluded that Putin gave the order to invade. Why are you doing this? Why is your job is fucking like what are you doing? Like, isn't your job to just be a reporter? Like, you're with the fucking PBS, dude. That's so fucked up, dude. Why? Why do you... Oh, God, you guys are so bricked up for fucking NATO. Meanwhile, this is what's going on. Dude, I hate this. This is so fucked up. Thank God the CIA is too busy fucking having imposter syndrome or getting owned by Havana syndrome and made up diseases. You know what I mean? Warmongering his corporate overlords. He'll get mad if he backtracks. The first tweet was blasted around international media, but nobody's reporting on this Twitter tweet with 600 likes. Yeah, what the fuck? This has 6,000 likes, dude. 26,000 likes 4 hours ago. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at this. $18,000 retweets, dude. 26,000 likes from 1028. 1 hour later, 1118. Oh, oopsie. $600 fucking likes. I hate this country. Big Ukraine news. U.S. believes Russian President Vladimir Putin has decided to invade Ukraine and communicated those plans to the Russian military. Why are they writing this? Why are they fucking writing this without vetting it? Why are they so fucking horny? Why are they so horny to fucking Write State Department propaganda like immediately without vetting it, dude. Sorry, I'm just fucking quote tweeting it. I said, this is so disgusting. Imagine posting this shit and then the retraction gets 600 likes an hour later. You absolute bloodthirsty monsters. Vet your sources. Do your fucking job. Breaking. U.S. intelligence community believes Putin has decided to invade Ukraine. PBS. Retweeted by Dave Weigel. He was right. I admit I have not seen the intelligence, but there's never been a time when my understanding of Russia, my 15 years of reporting on Russia and Ukraine, has been at so odds with what the U.S. government says about Russia and Ukraine. I hope I'm right and they're wrong. It's so... They're not doing a good job. They're not doing a good job. They used to do it. So you are bullshitting? What? No, he's saying that, like, he's saying right now what the State Department is pumping out, scaremongering and constantly fucking like lying about what Russia is doing, is at odds with what he is seeing on the ground. It's why, like, when I tell you guys shit, you, like, come in here and you repeat the same dumbass fucking propaganda points. And also, remember, this is supposed to be a fucking anti-imperialist leftist audience that, like, jokes about fucking America deserved 9/11, makes those kinds of jokes. And even in this fucking audience, I have, like, 17-month subscribers, 12-month subscribers, like, long-term community members those pieces of shit aren't in here right now, by the way. They left already. They fucking cried. They were like, oh, he talked about Ukraine and I hate it. And, you know, I've moved on already. So they didn't even see this shit. And those dickheads, like this fucking guy in the replies typing like he has to send a fucking message to Morse code to the dude. What? See, they're still doing it, bro. Russia is the imperialist power here. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Are you not seeing what's going on, dude? Are you not seeing what's going on? You're literally facing it. Like, you're seeing it with your own two eyes and you're like repeating the same talking points over and over again. I can't. Are you a bot? Everyone who's anti-NATO is an idiot. It has worked in stopping Europe from going to war with each other every other year. Oh, yeah. Yeah, then add Russia into NATO. Same. Plus, living in Russia, I'm seeing no real signs of the Kremlin is preparing its people for a generation-defining conflict. It should be noted that most of the U.S. embassy staff in Kiev has decided to say this says a lot. I mean, that in and of itself is whatever. Those guys are all fucking operatives, so, you know, they're embassy staff. Of course they're going to stay. I mean, fuck NATO, though. Some ordinary gamers think of the 5 gifted subs. Yo, this shit is fucking crazy, though. For real. Like, it blows my fucking mind. I cannot understand how you are still here. If Russia attacks, the U.S. says we told you so. If Russia doesn't, the U.S. says we stopped them. Not exactly 3D chess. Yeah, add every nation to NATO. One world government. A few weeks ago, I called you a dumb himbo for your takes, but your takes have made me realize how powerful U.S. propaganda is and how dumb my neolib take was hostile. Yeah, it's just... It is very difficult to shake. Propaganda and dogmas are very difficult to shake. Or they're very difficult to fight back against. And yet we still try. Okay? So it's very frustrating whenever people are just like, fuck, man, Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad. Yeah, Russia is bad, bro. You know who's worse, though? America, 100%. It's so disgusting because these are like, you know, these are supposed to be the good guys, like PBS, you know what I mean? PBS NewsHour. And by the way, again, The Guardian, U.S. believes Putin has decided to invade Ukraine 4 hours ago. They pumped this into this is how it works. State Department clown asses fucking turn around and tell one, you know, favorable journalist who's not even a fucking real journalist. Like, all they're doing is like repeating the talking points. Okay? They'll just fucking blast that out into the universe, and then every other Western outlet immediately pushes this. Immediately, they're like, all right, that's it. We're doing it. It's happening. It's happening. War's happening. Meanwhile, motherfuckers in like Ukraine are like, hold up. Motherfuckers in Russia are like, hold up. That's not true. What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is just not true. What? Just to be clear, my message is out of context. Is horrible what the U.S. government is doing here. Yeah, but you're also pro-NATO and fucking talking about how, like, you know, how Ukraine has, like, been annexed by Russia, Crimea. And that's why America needs to do what America has to do. This is the best fear-mongering maps I've ever seen. Right off the bat, listing loads of military bases Russia no longer has. Also eliminating South America while placing all the symbols for each base really far from where it is to give the impression they're not clustered. Yeah, I know. We watched a video of this. We watched a video of this earlier, like the Azeri guy. What is this? Tim Pool is so horny. Russia invades Crimea. That doesn't count. Russia sends troops and warships to the Ukraine border. They aren't planning on invasion. U.S. sent troops to aid Ukraine. America is invading Ukraine. Is that what happened? That's a really interesting. It's a really interesting way of reading the situation. I've lost all faith in liberals, man. Well, don't worry. We'll get back to like yelling at the fucking Republican hogs being dumbasses so you guys can all feel like you're smarter than the dumbass Americans. The rest of the dumbass Americans, when you yourself are literally a dumbass American too. Other than flexing, what the fuck does Russia gain by invading Ukraine? Like, what's the plan? Invade, get economically cumstered, then militarily embarrassed, forced to withdraw, does some stupid shit and kill thousands, and then starts World War III? Like, who wins when we all get fucked? Exactly. Which is precisely why they're not going to do that. Why the fuck would they do that? They can't. Like, no matter how much they can overpower the Ukrainian military with their fucking military, obviously, they have a very sizable military. The counterinsurgency would be impossible to fucking defeat. They would never be able to withstand. Don't you think you're giving a little bit too much of a benefit of the doubt to the shithead oligarch billionaire like Putin? Please no Bannerino. I'm not State Department. No. I'm looking at it from a reasonable point of view. Because when I mention that Putin does not have the capacity to fucking invade Ukraine, okay? Because that would be an atrocious war. That where so many fucking people will die. An atrocious war that will absolutely destroy Russia economically. God forbid if America gets involved in it too. Holy fuck, that would be worse too on top of that. Okay? It would destroy Russia's economy. It would destroy Russia in general. It would destroy Ukrainians in general. Because they can't just fucking bomb places and be like, this is ours now. Okay? You can't do that. It's your doorstep. Those are your people. And when I mention all this, and it doesn't make sense from that point of view, people always say Crimea, Crimea. Crimea is obviously different. See, they did it again. This other guy said they already took Crimea with zero consequences. Hey, dumbass. Do you think Crimea is the same when 82% of Crimeans speak Russian? Like, what are you saying? It's not the same as fucking Ukraine, okay? Like, the differences, albeit minor, are still significant to the Ukrainians and significant to the Russians. You're fucking insane to say Crimea is the exact same when the military bases already existed in fucking Crimea. Crimea has always been the exfiltration slot for Russia into the Black Sea. That has always been the case and has a much longer history belonging to fucking Russia, okay, when it actually does belong to Turkey, the Ottoman Empire. So you are an ethno-stater now? No, dumbass. No. No, I'm not an ethno-stater. But you are being fucking annoyingly obtuse on purpose in an effort to defend the Western imperialist forces for some fucking weird reason. Like, don't worry. You're not going to win. You're not winning or losing an argument. Okay? Oh, God, he's a fucking weird debate. Andy, disgusting. Ew, get away from me. Ew. See, this is what's frustrating. I think the only flaw with the argument is the assumption that Putin's a logical, calculated actor. You're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm sorry. Thank you, Coffee Dave, for the 5 get the subs. What the fuck's going on? Oh, different person. Bro, you guys are literally saying, oh, well, if there's no material reason to be able to fucking go to war because it would destroy Russia's economy and it would be horrifically harmful, then it must be that we'll just say because he's a bad guy. Yeah, no shit, dude. Okay. Just admit you're wrong and move on. So you're saying that Crimea should belong to Russia? Yes, motherfucker, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it does belong to Russia. Wait, why do you have Atatürk? Oh, you're fucking Turkish. Stop shilling for Russia. NATO is the best thing that happened in my country. Why do you hate NATO so much? Oh, fucking NATO cuck Turk, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Just admit you're wrong and move on is like literally the dumbest fucking thing. The most unproductive, stupid thing you could fucking say. NATO cucked Turk. Asmon read the roast reply. You got roasted on Twitter, by the way, on Asmongold's tweet. What did he, what happened? What happened? What is it?
Hasan responded to my tweet.
What is this? So the React guy needs to try and score free PS5s too. Can't you buy 20? You should do a giveaway.
So the React guy tries to score.
Okay, that's just funny, man. You guys are being crazy. Not everything has to be serious.
PS5s too? Can't you go buy 20? You should do a giveaway, you cheap commie.
It's a joke, chatters. Like, it's not serious. What the fuck?
It's out of fucking nowhere. Like, he tried to respond to my tweet to support me, right? And then this guy just goes fucking 100%. All right, give me 1 sec. I've got to, okay. All right.
This was the drama? What is happening right now? There's no drama. Anyway. So, where were we? What were we talking about? I mean, I guess the Russia stuff, like I've talked about so much, it literally doesn't matter at this point. The fucking NATO cucked Turks that are saying just like stupid shit are irrelevant. And now we have Austin here. Sure.